I've been wanting to learn Next.js for a while now, and while I've dipped my toes a little bit here and there, I haven't done a full dive yet. And I just found out about nextjs.org/learn and the course that they offer there to learn Next.js. I figured this would be a cool opportunity for me to do this course, record it so that you can follow along if you decide to do it, and share my thoughts and opinions on it when I'm done. All right, so let's get into it. Now, this is offered from Next.js. It's their official course on how to learn this stuff. They do recommend that if you don't know React, to learn the React fundamentals, and they also have a React fundamentals course that you can do on this same website, nextjs.org/learn. But since I feel like I already know enough React, I'm not a React developer, I've mostly worked in Angular. I have fiddled around with React enough to feel comfortable enough to dive into Next.js. Next.js is a React framework, so if you don't know React, you should do that fundamentals course. But since I feel I'm good there, I'm gonna go ahead and just start with the Next.js course right away. So let's start learning. Welcome to the Next.js App Router course. This is a free interactive course. You'll learn the main features of Next.js by building a full stack web application. What we'll be building. Kind of looks like a full dashboard there. Pretty cool, pretty cool. For this course, we'll be building a simplified web version of the financial dashboard that has a public homepage, a login page, dashboard pages that are protected by authentication, the ability for users to add, edit, and delete invoices. So it looks like we're creating a CRUD app that has some authentication and login capabilities along with the homepage. All right, seems pretty cool. The dashboard will also have an accompanying database, which you'll set up in a later chapter. By the end of this course, you'll have the essential skills that you'll need to start building full stack Next.js applications. Overview. Here's an overview of what features you'll learn in this course. You'll learn styling, optimizations, routing, data fetching, search and pagination, mutating data, error handling, accessibility, authentication, and metadata. Prerequisite knowledge. The course assumes that you have a basic understanding of React and JavaScript. If you're new to React, we recommend going to the React Fundamentals course or Foundations course. System requirements, Node.js 18 or later, and you'll need Mac, Windows, or Linux. In addition, you'll need a GitHub account and a Vercel account. Okay, so they're gonna make you probably deploy to Vercel. I'm pretty sure I have one. I know I have a GitHub account, but we'll see. Let's get started here. All right, chapter 1, getting started. First, you need to create a project. To create a Next.js app, open your terminal, cd into the folder you'd like to keep your project, and run the following command. All right, so npx create Next.js at latest, and then it's got the dashboard. All right, I'm just gonna copy that and open up my terminal. Got my terminal ready. I blew up the font size for everyone who's probably gonna watch this and can't see what the hell I'm typing in my tiny terminal window. I got it nice and geriatric font size for you. So I'm just gonna paste that right into here. I should cd into my projects folder. All right, so you need to install the following packages. Next.js at latest, yep, I'll do that. It's running real quick, installing all the stuff it needs to install. All right, success. Next.js dashboard has been installed. So I am going to go ahead and open my code editor to open that. So I have a little alias here that's going to help me do that I've already got pre-installed, and then that should open that in code. Where is it? There's our Next.js app. We have all my other folders here, a lot of stuff to look at. Copilot keeps wanting to activate it. I haven't done that yet, so I'm going to do that right now. But here we go. We got our Next.js app. Here's the structure. Got all this stuff here. You got your public, you got your node modules, you got all your environment variables example here, and you got all your config package JSON stuff here, which I'm sure they're going to go over in the tutorial right now, so I'm not going to talk too much about that. Let's go back to the tutorial. Now that I've got this installed, it wants us to cd into the project, which I already did. It says that unlike other tutorials that you have to write code from scratch, much of the code in this course is already written for you. This better reflects real world development where you'll be working in a existing code base. Our goal is to help you focus on learning the main features of Next.js without having to write all the code. Sweet, I like that. Again, this is for a little bit more advanced people, not really beginners, unless you already know React and have an idea of how to work in a code base and whatnot. It might be a little tricky for you if you don't know how code bases are structured and how to navigate through a big code base. So just keep that in mind if you're trying to do this. Here's the folder structure. So you'll notice that the project has the following folder structure. We have the app with the lib folder and the UI folder. We have a public and the next config. Let's take a look at that real quick. You got your app with your lib and your UI folder there. Your where's that next config? There's the next config folder here. And what was the other one that it mentioned? And the public folder there. All right. Your app folder contains all the routes, components, and logic for your application. This is where you'll mostly be working. Your lib folder within your app folder contains the functions used for your application, such as reusable utility functions and data fetching functions. UI folder contains all the UI components for your application, such as cards, tables, and forms. To save time, we've pre-styled these components for you. Your public contains all the static assets for your application, such as images. Your scripts contains a file that you'll use to populate your database in a later chapter, and your config files, you'll notice that you have a bunch of config files as the Next.js. The next config.js file at the root of your application. Most of these files are created and pre-configured when you start a project using create next app. You will not need to modify these in this course. Feel free to explore these files, and don't worry if you don't understand everything the code is doing just yet. All right, let's see. Placeholder data. When you're building user interfaces, it helps to have some placeholder data. If a database or API is not yet available, you can use the placeholder data in JSON format or as JavaScript objects. Use a third-party service like mock API. For this project, we've provided some placeholder data in the app.lib placeholderdata.js file. Each JavaScript object in this file represents a table in your database, for example. So you got a little array with some JSON objects in here. You've got some key value pairs. You have your customer ID. And you have your amounts, status, dates, and that's going to be your customer object or invoice object in that array. And that's the structure of that data there. In the chapter on setting up your database, you will use this data to seed your database, populate it with some initial data. TypeScript. You may also notice that most files have a TS or a TSX suffix. This is because the example is written in TypeScript. We wanted to create a course that not only equips you with the necessary skills to build a robust application, but reflects the modern web landscape. It's okay if you don't know TypeScript. We'll provide the TypeScript code snippets when required. For now, take a look at the app/lib/definitions.ts file here. We manually define the types that will be returned from the database. For example, the invoices table has the following types. Here's your type invoice. A type invoice has an ID, it has a customer ID, an amount, a date, and a status. This is to reflect your invoices here. You can see that the structure of this invoice has this type associated with it, and you can expect that when you get an invoice and you pass it this type, that it should return error-free if you have all the appropriate properties that need to be in that invoice object. By using TypeScript, you can ensure that you don't accidentally pass the wrong data format into your components or database, like passing a string to amount instead of a number. I've been working in TypeScript for a while now. TypeScript's awesome. If you haven't learned it yet, if you're still learning JavaScript, don't worry. Take your time with it, but I do recommend learning TypeScript because it is way better than JavaScript and will save you a lot of headaches in the long run, especially when you're working in a big code base with a lot of JavaScript. If you're a TypeScript developer, Next.js detects if your project uses TypeScript and automatically installs the necessary packages and configuration. Next.js also comes with TypeScript plugin for your code editor to help auto completion and type safety. We're manually declaring the data types, but for better type safety, we recommend tools like Prisma, which automatically generates types based on your database schema. All right, running the development server. So you want to run npm-i to install your project's packages, which I think should have been installed with the initial install of the project, but just for the sake of this tutorial, we will do what it says to do. So we're going to go back to our terminal. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to use the integrated terminal inside of VS Code so that I don't have to continue going back and forth here. So let's go back to VS Code now. I've got my integrated terminal up here. I got to remember that there's people watching, and if you can't see it, then it's not very helpful now, is it? All right, so npm-i to install our packages there. Like I said, those should have already been installed with the initial install of the project that we did. And now we're going to do npm run dev to run the project. And now that's going to fire up our local environment. Oh, crap. Oh, my node version is off. So I'm using node version manager, and that lets me use different versions of node. And I have mine set at version 17, and this requires 18 plus. So now this should work since I've got the correct version of node running. There we go. Now it's running in localhost 3000. We can go check that out. Okay, and then if you go to that URL, localhost port 3000, you'll see that we have welcome to Acme. This is the example for the Next.js Learn course brought to you by Vercel. Log in. All right, let's go back to the tutorial now and see what it wants us to do. So after you run your local dev environment, it fires up on port 3000. You go to localhost 3000, and there we are. Exactly what we need to see. We've completed chapter 1. On to chapter 2. On chapter 1, we set up our project and we got it running on our local dev environment. And chapter 2 is CSS Styling. Currently, your homepage doesn't have any styles. Let's look at the different ways you can style your Next.js application. In this chapter, we will cover how to add a global CSS file to your application, 2 different ways of styling using Tailwind and CSS modules, and how to conditionally add class names in the CLX utility package. CLSX utility package. Global styles. If you look inside the app/UI folder, you'll see a file called global CSS. You can use this file to add CSS rules to all of the routes in your application, such as CSS reset rules, site-wide styles for HTML elements like links, and more. You can import global CSS in any component in your application, but it is usually good practice to add it to the top level component in Next.js. This is the root layout. More on this later. Add global styles to your application by navigating to the app/layout tsx file and import the global CSS file. All right, so you're just gonna copy this import here, go to that file first in VS Code. So it said app. Where was I? Layout, and it looks like we are just importing that global CSS. And then if we go back to our application, we should see it now. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Would you look at that? Looking nice. All right, now we got some styles. That's looking a lot better. Let's see what the next step is here. With the development server still running, save your changes and preview them in the browser. Your home page should now look like this. All right, looks just like that. Exactly what we want it to look like. Let's see. But wait, you didn't add any CSS rules. Where did these styles come from? If you take a look at the global CSS file, you'll notice some Tailwind directives. So in the app UI global CSS, you'll see they got Tailwind base, Tailwind components, Tailwind utilities being called via directives there. So let's go look at that file there and just see where that is for the sake of doing this tutorial. Where the hell did it tell me it was in the UI? I really should pay attention. UI global CSS. All right, where is that? UI global CSS. There it is. All right. So right here at the top, you'll see that we have those 3 directives right there. And those are the directives that are pulling in those styles into the application when we're calling them in the layout TSX file. So we're importing that global CSS here from app UI, and then those directives that are in global CSS are what's making it look so pretty. All right, so Tailwind. Tailwind is a CSS framework that speeds up the development process by allowing you to quickly write utility classes directly in your JSX markup, or TSX, since we're using TypeScript. The CSS is scoped to components so you don't have to worry about style collisions or maintaining separate style sheets. That's right, you just write it all in the HTML. Bloated HTML files full of CSS class names, but a lot of people like Tailwind, so I can't shit on it because I haven't really used it, so I can't talk too much about it. But just, it does make your HTML super bloated. I don't want to digress. In Tailwind, you add style elements by adding class names. For example, adding the class name TextBlue500 will turn the H1 text blue. That's just an example. When you use create next app to start a new project, Next.js will ask you if you want to use Tailwind. If you select yes, it will automatically install the necessary packages and configure Tailwind in your application. If you look at app page TSX, you will see that we're using Tailwind classes in the example. So this is the example for app page TSX. Let's just look at it in the code so that we can reference the code itself. So is that here? God damn it. What file? Page? Yeah, I thought it was page. Oh, yeah. It's in the class names. So here you go. This is all your Tailwind class names here. You can see lots and lots of class names in your files there. Don't worry if this is your first time using Tailwind. To save you time, we've already styled all the components you'll be using. Let's play with Tailwind. Copy the code below and paste it above the paragraph element in the app TS. All right, so they want us to paste this for the sake of doing the tutorial. So what does it want us above the p tag element? All right, where the hell is the p tag element here? Where's my VS Code? Where's my p tag? Here. All right, I don't like that. I'm gonna format that. All right, let's see what that did. Oh, well, would you look at that? Added that cool little triangle there. Isn't that neat? It wants us to take a quiz. I think I missed a quiz on the first one. Let's see, what did it add here? We know it added a black triangle there, right? Oh yeah, that's correct. Okay. If you prefer traditional CSS rules, keep your styles separate from your JSX and CSS modules are a great alternative. So here we go. CSS modules allow you to scope CSS to a component by automatically creating unique class names so that you don't have to worry about name collisions. Here is how you could create the same shape of the quiz above using CSS modules. If you can experiment with using these modules in the following way if you'd like, but we'll continue using Tailwind in this course. Inside the app UI, you would create a new file called home.module.css and add the following CSS rules. We're doing the tutorial, right? And I want to know how to use CSS modules in Next.js without using Tailwind. So let's do it. So let's go ahead and create this in our UI folder here. So we're in our UI folder. I've forgotten a lot of my shortcuts here. So we'll go ahead and create a new file, home.module.css. We'll create that. In that, we're going to go ahead and copy the example of the shape that they had there. So I'm just going to copy that and paste that here. So those are the styles there. I'm going to save that. And then what are we going to do? We are going to then import styles from that module into that page. So then we'll go to page and we will import it right here. So now we have styles in there, and then we will take that div that I added here. And there's my div there. What am I doing with this div anyways? I'm gonna do class names dot styles dot shape. So then let's talk about it. Oh, not last name, class name. All right, so then let's save that. And now we should see the same exact thing. Nothing should have changed in our little triangle. Let's look at our triangle to make sure it's still there. Yep, so we have our triangle that's still there. If we inspect that, we'll see that it's using home shape style name there, and there's the styles that we brought in right here from the module. And how that works is that you have your home module here, you have your class name there, and from the module in the page, you import it, and you import that whole page with the name styles for your import, and then you're calling shape from styles right here. So it gives it to you nice and neat right there. And then the way that it renders, because I haven't really worked with CSS modules too much, so this is kind of new for me. So I'm kind of talking it through. Or we can see it here. We have home underscore shape, double underscore, and like a unique ID. So then if we go back to the code and look at that, we got the home module. So that's where home comes from here. And then shape comes from there. I'm figuring out how it builds the names and stuff, which it's probably going to tell me right now in the tutorial, and this was probably pointless, but I'm just talking it through because I haven't really used CSS modules all that much, so that's kind of cool. All right, let's continue. Save your changes and preview them in the browser. You should see the same. Oh, so it did want me to do that. I'm glad I did. All right, Tailwind and CSS modules are the two most common ways of styling Next.js applications. Whether you use one or the other is a matter of preference. You can even use both in the same application. Ooh. All right, let's see. Time to take a quiz. What is one benefit of using CSS module? Increase the global scope of CSS classes to make them easier to manage across different files. Provide a way to make CSS classes locally scoped to components by default, enabling better modularity and reducing the risk of styling conflicts. Automatically compress and minify. I think it's B. That sounds right. That's right. They told us, you know, it's like back in school when all you had to do was actually read the thing and then answer it and you would know. All right, using the CLSX library to toggle class names. I gotta admit, I don't know what the hell CLSX is, so let's find out. There may be cases where you will need to conditionally style an element based on state or some other condition. CLSX is a library that lets you toggle class names easily. We recommend taking a look at the documentation. Ha! Who reads documentation? I got ChatGPT. Here is the basic usage. Suppose that you want to create an invoice status component which accepts status, and the status can be pending or paid. If it's paid, we want the color to be green. If it's pending, you want the color to be gray. You can use CLSX to conditionally apply classes like this. All right, let's see here. So what do we got? All right, so you import from CLSX. We're in a status component here. So status, the function takes in status and as a string, returns a span. Here we're calling CLSX. We're passing in the styles. I'm guessing those are like the base styles. And then we add these classes based off of this condition. So if status is equal to pending, which is being passed in as a string, then it's going to be gray. And if it's equal to paid, then it's gonna be green. Okay, I like it. It seems pretty straightforward. I guess you can write your logic right in the class name instead of having to have like multiple elements and stuff for inline ternaries with JavaScript, and feels like less bloated. I haven't worked in React in a while, but like I like that. That looks cool. Time to take a quiz. Search for CLS in your code editor. What components use it? All right, so now it's gonna make us do something like this. All right, so let's just go ahead and go back to just for the sake of doing the tutorial, let's do a find all and do a CLSX, and then let's see what components are using it. Okay, see in the package lock, a package JSON where it's being imported. Here we go. So our button.tsx is importing CLSX clits. No, that's not it. Clacks. Would you call it clacks? I don't know. Classics. I have no idea what the cool little name is for that. What the kids on the street call it. Class X. I'm gonna call it Class X. We'll see. Let me know if you know what the hell you call that. Is it SQL or MySQL or SQL? I don't know. All right, so here we go. We got the CLSX there. I made this so big because I knew that I was going to be showing my screen, that now it's like so big that I can barely see it because the font's so big that everything's getting hidden and you know, with these class names it doesn't really wrap. So I got like these super long class names that just scroll for days. But all right, so it's being called here. I'm trying to figure out. So I'm not seeing the logic, or where's the logic here? So it's okay. So that's being passed in, and the class name. So there's this class names for the style, and then the props are coming in to the button component as class name, and so class name props is the Boolean. Is this a Boolean or a string? Oh, that's right, because you pass it in and then it's based off of the string that you pass in, at least from that one example. Let's see another example here. So here's another example of latest invoices. Oh, this is commented out. Note, comment in this code when you get to this point of your course. Okay. So, okay, because you pass in the class name. I'm gonna have to learn this. I get it. I get what it's doing. I haven't really used it before, so I'm not like used to seeing this. So it's a little, I don't know. It's breaking my brain a little bit. But here we're checking if active, then gray, else gray 500. All right. So those are some of the class X. I like how that sounds. I'm gonna call it class X. All right. All right. Cool. So that's that. We got that there, and oh, damn it! I was supposed to see what files we're using it. Let's go back real quick to VS Code and see what files had it. Come on, status has it. There, all right. So silly trying to quiz me on this. Here, status has it, and pagination. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Other styling solutions. In addition to the approaches we've discussed, you can also style your Next.js app with Sass, which allows you to import .css and .scss files, and CSS in JS libraries such as styled JSX, styled components, and emotion. Styled components. I used those when those were like first popular. I don't know if anybody's still using those. If you're using styled components, let me know. I thought that was a trend that died down. But yeah, Sass would be nice. So you can write your CSS. So I'm guessing you can do your CSS modules in Sass. I wonder. I guess I'll have to learn about that. Not totally sure. But that wraps up chapter 2. On to chapter 3. All right, so chapter 3, optimizing fonts and images. In the previous chapter, you learned how to style your Next.js application. Now, let's continue working on your home page and adding custom fonts and a hero image. In this chapter, we are going to cover how to add custom fonts with Next Font, how to add images with Next Image, how fonts and images are optimized in Next.js. Why optimize fonts? Fonts play a significant role in the design of a website, but using custom fonts in your project can affect performance if the font files need to be fetched and loaded. Cumulative layout shift is a metric used by Google to evaluate the performance and user experience of a website. With fonts, layout shift happens when the browser initially renders text in a fallback or system font and then swaps it out for the custom font once it has loaded. This font can cause the text size, spacing, or layout to change, shifting elements around. Yeah, that's super annoying. It also happens a lot when a user has a slower internet connection, you'll see that a lot with people who don't have fast internet, and sometimes on mobile devices if they're using their cellular data to load if their cellular data isn't fast. You'll have to forgive me, I caught a cold overnight and I might sound a little stuffy, but the show must go on. Next.js automatically optimizes fonts in the application when you use the Next font module. It does so by downloading font files at build time and hosting them with other static assets. This means when a user visits your application, there are no additional network requests for fonts which would impact performance. That's kind of cool. Let's add a custom Google font to your application and see how this works. All right, so it's time for a quiz. How does Next.js help optimizing fonts? It causes additional network requests which improves performance? No. It disables all custom fonts. It preloads all fonts at runtime. It hosts font files and other static assets so that there are no additional network requests. We know what that answer is, right? All right. Add a primary font. In your app UI folder, create a new file called fonts.ts. You'll use this file to keep all the fonts that'll be used throughout the application. Import the enter font from the Next font Google module, and this will be your primary font. Okay, so we're going to create that file fonts.ts, and we're going to import enter from font Google. So let's go to VS Code, and that's going to be in the UI folder. So in VS Code, so we'll create a new file, and then fonts.ts. Create that and then import that. Let's save that file there. Let's see what the next step is. The next step, then specify what subset you'd like to load, in this case, Latin. All right, so then we create an export variable, enter, and then subset Latin. All right, so we'll just copy that. Go back to VS Code. All right, save that. Now let's see what's next. Finally, add the font to the body element in the layout.tx file. So we import it here from that export that we just created in that fonts.ts file, and then we just add the class name, enter.classname there. All right, cool. So let's do that now. So we go to layout.tsx. Where is that? Oh, it's here at the bottom. I need to just Command P is what I wanted to do. Then I can do Command P. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. And then layout TSX. And then I don't have to go around looking for it because that's how noobs do it. Use shortcuts, kids. That will make you a much better programmer, more efficient. All right, so there's our import in our layout file. Let's go look at the next step, which is adding the class name, referencing enter class name, and then, yeah, put that on the body. So let's see, let's find that body there. So then we're just going to replace this whole body tag there with this, which adds the class name, enter.classname, anti-aliasized. Not sure what that does, honestly. Feel kind of dumb not knowing what that does, but now let's go back to this, and it says by anti-enter to the body element, the font will be applied throughout your application. You're also adding the Tailwind anti-aliasized. Okay, so that's what that is. It's from Tailwind. A class which smooths out the font. It's not necessary to use this class, but it adds a nice touch to your fonts. Navigate to your browser, open the DevTools, and select the body element, and you should see the enter and enter fallback are now applied under styles, and you can also add fonts to specific elements of your application. All right, so let's go check it out. Make sure I saved that. So let's save here. We should see that change. You saw that change there. So yeah, so it looks nice. We'll open up our DevTools and inspect that. and we put it on the body tag. So let's look at the body tag here, and then okay, so we have our class name there, and anti-aliasized there, which you can see down here. We have our font family and the font style, and then we have the Tailwind class that was added there. So cool, looks nice, looks sharp, looks clean. What's the next step? Let's see. All right, practice. Adding a secondary font. Now it's your turn. In your fonts.ts file, import a font called Lusitana, and pass it to the p tag element in your app.page.tsx file. You should also uncomment that Acme logo component. Finally, in addition, to specify a subset like we did before, you'll need to add specific font weight. Once you're ready, let's expand. Okay, so this is the font we want to add. So let's go back to VS Code. We'll go to our fonts, fonts.ts. I'm guessing it's from Google Fonts, so we should be able to just do that. And then, I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll just copy that, and then we'll replace that name there and lowercase this. And I don't know if it has a subset of Latin too, but I'm going to follow the same pattern that we did for the Inter font there. And let's see, where was it that they wanted us to put that again? On the P tag somewhere. Hold on, I'm getting lost here. Too many screens with the OBS. Let's see. Okay, so it says they want it on the P tag in your page.tsx file. And you should also uncomment the Acme logo component. All right, so we'll go to our page. Oh, shoot. All right, so let's find page.tsx. It wants us to add the style to the P tag here, which I'm going to have to look how we did it in layout again. So we just add this class name into class name, and our enter class name, and then I don't know if it wants us to add the anti-aliasized as well, but you know, for the sake of doing it the same way that it was done here, here's our P tag here, and I'll add it to the beginning. Well, got too many backticks there, and we're not going to do that. We need to import the same way, so it's from font app C. It's just all copy and paste. That's all we do. We just copy and paste. I'm not going to type any of this stuff out. But what was the name of that? What is it? What did I name it? Just noticed I didn't do that. So let's do that, and let's copy this. And I guess I'm not going to have a subset here because it looks like it's throwing an error. So we'll just do that. Save that, go back to page, and then swap this out with that, and then swap this out with that, and then, oh, why are you giving me an error here? This is what's nice about TypeScript, because it is trying to call out what the error is, but I'm not noticing why I don't have that. See, yeah, so do I need to call it like a function? But it's throwing that. Is it not coming? So those are options. And then the options doesn't have fallback is all. So it's just weight is the only thing that seems to be required for the option here. Which I guess, let me add a weight, and we'll just do 400. So it is a string. All right. That seems to be the only one that it's requiring. And there's our class name. So now I don't have an error there. So that should be good. All right. What am I missing here? Preload enabled subsets specific for font. please specify subsets or disable preloading. Available subset is Latin. So I thought I did that and it was throwing an error, and I don't know why it was throwing an error. So let's go back to the fonts. When saying that subsets is optional, and it does seem that subset should be part of this, should be available, but I don't know why I'm getting an error here. Argument types, subset Latin is not assignable to parameter of type weight. But I mean, I see subsets right here, which is optional. Weight doesn't seem optional though. That's what I'm. Let's go back to 400. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. Okay, so I don't have an error there anymore. Okay, so I think that should resolve the issue that I had. Let's see if it likes that or if I still getting an error here. Okay, there we go. All right, cool. So that worked. So you can see that the issue I was having here was that the weight option was required. And when I was passing in subsets, you can see that if you look at subsets here, like subsets has the question mark, that means that it's optional and you don't need to pass in a subset. But the error that it gave me on the Next.js side was saying that it needed the subset of Latin. But if you look at the other options in here that are parameters as part of this options object that you can pass into the font, you'll see weight is the very first one here, and it doesn't have a question mark, meaning that you need to pass in a weight. And that's what I caught there, and that's why I noticed that, all right, well, I didn't have a weight, but I did have subsets. So then when I added the weight of 400, it made those errors go away, which again, this is it's nice for TypeScript. And looking at my console right now, looking at my terminal, I can see that it was calling out that error, and I didn't look at that, which is a good thing for beginners. If you're having issues, look at your console, because I didn't look, and I kind of struggled to figure that out on my own. And luckily, I have TypeScript, and the linting caught the error in the linting, or at least I realized that weight wasn't optional and I had to enter a weight. But if I would have just looked down here, you see it was calling it out down here the whole time, and I was just missing that. So my bad, but that's part of the process. So we all get stuck every once in a while, but that's done. So let's see, reveal the solution to make sure we did that right. Okay, so I didn't add the other weight. I only added weight 400 on there. But you see, I imported the Lusitana font from Google the same way. So I just added that to that import like I did in VS Code. And then this is just formatted differently. It's a little bit cleaner. I did it all inline, but it's basically the same export const with the Lusitana font, calling the Lusitana font, and then passing in the options. There's weight, which is the one that I was missing, that was giving me the error, and then there's the subsets, and we took Latin from that subset there. And then in the page.tsx, we imported the font, and then we added the class name the same way that we did previously. Oh, it also called to uncomment the Acme logo, which I forgot to do because I got stuck with that stuff. So let's go back to page. And where's that logo here? We'll just uncomment that, and now that's there. And let's see what that looks like since I uncommented that. Ah, there's the logo up here. Nice, or the logo right here, the little globe. All right, looks good. All right, yep, that looks like our same solution. Hints, if you are unsure what options to pass into the font, check TypeScript errors. Yeah, that's what I did. See? Visit Google Fonts website to search for that, to see the options that are available, and then see the documentation adding multiple fonts. Yeah, always refer to the documentation when you get stuck. If you get really stuck, I could figure that out because it was just a TypeScript error, and my text editor was calling this stuff out, and so was my console, so I didn't need to I wasn't that stuck where I had to go to the documentation. So now that we've added the 2 custom fonts, let's add a hero image to the home page. So why optimize images? There's a lot of good reasons to optimize images, mostly for performance. So Next.js can serve static assets like images under the top level public folder. Files inside public can be referenced in your application. If you look inside the folder, you'll see that there are 2 images, Hero Desktop PNG and Hero Mobile PNG. These 2 images are completely different and they'll be shown depending on whether the user's device is a desktop or mobile. With regular HTML, you would add an image as follows. We're in the page.tsx file here, and if this was regular HTML, we would just add an image like this with the source attribute there and the alt tag for screen readers and people that need the alt tag screen readers. But it's also, if the image doesn't load, give a nice description of the image so that people know what it was supposed to be. However, this means that you have to manually ensure the image is responsive on different screen sizes, specify image sizes for different devices, prevent layout shifts as the image is loaded, and lazy load images that are outside of the user's viewport. Instead of manually handling these optimizations, you can use Next image component to automatically optimize your images. The image component. The image component is an extension of the HTML image tag and comes with automatic image optimizations such as preventing layout shifts automatically when the image is loaded, resizing images to avoid shipping large images to devices with smaller viewports, lazy loading images by default, images load as they enter your viewport, serving images in modern formats like WebP and AVIF, and when the browser supports that. All right, so what is the benefit of using the image component? So it generates multiple sizes for images? No. It converts all images to JPEG? No. It deletes unnecessary images? No. It increases image resolution for better quality? That sounds right. A is the answer there. All right. Add the desktop hero image. Let's swap the image tag with image component. In your page.tsx file, import the component next image and then add the image under the comments. So let's take the import here that we're going to get. And then we will go to VS Code, and then we are already in the page file here. So then we'll just import image there, and then it just wants us to swap out the image. Where the hell is the image? Do we have image in here? Am I not seeing it? Am I in the wrong file? Where the hell am I? Let's go back to the tutorial. So we're in page, and then it wants us to add. Okay, so it's just asking us to add it. It didn't say swap it out. It said swap it out, right? Let's swap. Yeah, well, there is no image tag in there, but we're gonna add it. So we're gonna copy this here, and we're gonna go back to VS Code. And was there a comment here? So it says add your hero image here. So underneath there, we're gonna add that, format that real quick so it looks a little bit nicer. Here's your source attribute there. So it looks like we define a width, we define the height, and then we also have some classes that we've added there. So it looks like it by default it's hidden, and then when you hit a medium screen size, which maybe I just hover over it. So it's just a media query, the min width of 768. Once it hits that viewport size, it'll show that, and then there's the alt tag. All right, let's save that. Let's go back to our browser and see what that looks like. Oh crap, we got an error. All right, can't call access original factory undefined. What did I do wrong? So we've got the image there. We're importing it from image here. I'm not seeing any errors in the console. Let me just restart this dev build real quick. Sometimes when in doubt, that might fix it, but if not, it looks like, let's see if it's something else. I'm not sure why I'm getting a Webpack error all of a sudden. I mean, it must be coming from that image tag because obviously it wasn't there before. Let me see if it's the way I'm calling it or the way that I'm importing it. And this is kind of frustrating. All right, so it's definitely coming from the tag itself. Let me uncomment that, and save that and come back and, whoa, that was weird. All right, well, I did absolutely nothing except comment that and then uncomment it. I restarted my dev environment a few times before that. I don't know. It's working now, so I guess we're good. That's a weird error to just get randomly. I don't know what caused that. So if you come across this error when you're doing this tutorial and you're new and kind of trying to figure stuff out, good luck, because it kind of had me stumped too, and I don't know Next.js well enough to know why that might have happened. But I thought that was kind of weird. So, all right, well, it's working now, and I did nothing different except comment and uncomment that. But hey, we're good. So we're good. All right, on to the next step. Let's go back to the tutorial. All right, so there, we've added that. Now it wants us to, what's the next step? So we've added it, we've given it the width. It's good practice to set a width and height to your image to avoid layout shift. And there should also be an aspect ratio for source images. Also notice the class hidden removes the image from the DOM on mobile screens, and MD block shows the image on desktop screens. And this is what it should look like, which is what it looks like here on ours. I'll close my inspector and you can see it's looking nice, looking nice. So let's go back to the tutorial. Now add a mobile image hero to the same page. Now it's your turn again. Under the image you've just added, let's add another image component for the mobile hero. This image should have a width of 560 and a height of 620, and it should only be shown on mobile screens and hidden on desktop. So you can use the dev tools to check out the desktop and swap correctly. Once you've done that, all right, so let's do that right now. Let's go back to our VS Code. And let's take a look here. So basically all we're doing is we're gonna copy that. And what was the height and width that they wanted? So they wanted a width of 560 and a height of 620. So let's go back to width of 560 and a height of 620. And then we want to show it on mobile, and then so basically we would hide it. So this, we would just do this, and then on medium we would hide it, and then we would just default it by block. I'm guessing, I don't know Tailwind, so I'm just guessing that we're giving it a default of block since we're going mobile first, and then once it hits the medium screen size where this would show, then that should be it. This should be it. So let's save that. Hopefully I don't get that weird error again. Reveal the solution just to make sure we did it right. So you can see that what I did was exactly what I did there. I just copied it over. Oh, that's right. I'm calling the wrong image. So there's something that I realized I messed up there. I am still calling the hero desktop image, and we actually need to call the hero mobile. So let's just change this to mobile, and then now it should look differenter. So then let's reload that real quick, and then now we go here. There you go. Okay, so there you go. Now this is what the mobile image is supposed to look like. I made that mistake. I was quick to jump the gun there and not realize that I was calling the same hero image. So on mobile, that's what it's going to look like with the mobile screenshots in that hero image, and on desktop it'll look like that. And we can see that everything's working as it's supposed to be. So our solution was correct. Now it's time to take a quiz. So true or false, images without dimensions and web fonts are common cause for shift layout. True. Here's some recommended reading that they have. There's a lot more to learn about these topics, including optimizing remote images and using local font files. If you'd like to dive deeper into fonts and images, see all these documentations that they have here. Awesome. We have just completed chapter 3. On to chapter 4. All right, so here we are, chapter 4, creating layouts and pages. So far, your application only has a home page. Let's learn how you can create more routes with layout and pages. Here are the topics we'll cover. Create the login and dashboard pages using file routing system. Understand the role of folders and files when creating new route segments. Create a layout that can be shared between multiple dashboard pages. And then understand what co-location, partial rendering, and route layout are. Route layout, sorry. So nested routing. Next.js uses file system routing where folders are used to create nested routes. Each folder represents a route segment that maps to a URL segment. Here is how that works. So your root segment would be your app directory, and that's going to be your first slash there. And then you have your URL path for dashboard, which is the dashboard segment, which would be the first part of your URL there. And then that is in the, so then the dashboard has invoices, and then invoices is in the URL path nested within the dashboard. All right. And that's considered a leaf segment. So you have your root segment, a segment, and then a leaf segment. Page.tsx is a special Next.js file that exports a React component containing the UI for the route in your application. You already have a page file, page.tsx. This is the home page, which is associated with the route /. So it's your root. Your root. I guess you could say root both ways, so that's confusing. It's your route. To create a nested route, you can nest folders inside each other with their own page.tsx files. For example, you have your app, which would be your home page, right? That's your root there. And you have your page.tsx for that. And then you have your login that has its own page.tsx for that. Okay, I get it. So here would be your app /login/page tsx, which is associated with the login path. Let's create the page to see how this works. Creating the dashboard page. Create a folder called dashboard inside app. Then create a new page.tsx file in the dashboard folder with the following content. All right, easy enough. Let's just copy the contents of that file there. Open up VS Code here. And then in app, we're going to create a new folder. And we're going to name that dashboard. And then within that folder, we're going to create a new file. And that file is going to be page.tsx. And that page.tsx is going to have this content here, which is exporting the page. And what that's going to return is a paragraph tag that says dashboard page. And to see how that works, we are going to have to go to the dashboard path in the URL, which I'm guessing that's the next step in the tutorial. So yep, so localhost/dashboard. So I'll just go up here and see what we got there, and then we'll do dashboard, if I can type. And then boom, now we have our paragraph tag right here that we added there. All right, looks like it's working. Back to the tutorial. So this is how you can create different pages in Next.js, create a new route segment using a folder, and add a page file inside of it. By having a special name for page files, Next.js allows you to co-locate UI components, test files, and other related code with your routes. Only the content inside the page will be publicly accessible. All right, so for practice, let's create some dashboard pages. Let's practice creating more routes. In your dashboard, create 2 more pages. We have a customers page. This page should be accessible via /dashboard/customers. For now, it should return a customers page element and then an invoices page. So, okay, so this should be fairly easy. Let's go back to VS Code. Inside VS Code, we are going to go into the dashboard directory. We're going to create a new file called customers. All right, is it customer or is customer or customers? Customers. Okay, so let me just fix that. Customers, and then inside of that, we're gonna add a file .page.tsx, and then in there we're gonna just do a little copy and pasting here. We're gonna do that. Copy this. Go back to the customers page, paste that here, and then we're just gonna say custom page there, and then format that, save that, and then we're gonna do an invoices page, right? So in the dashboard, we're gonna do a new folder in dashboard. We're gonna do invoices. Oh wait, no, that doesn't need to be capitalized. Invoices page there, and then we're gonna do a new file in invoices page.tsx there, and then we're gonna paste this here, format that, and then we're just going to do invoices. All right, and save that. All of that is saved. So now we go back to our browser and we're going to type in these paths to see. So now we have dashboard/customers, customers page. Awesome. And now we update that to invoices page. Cool. We got that going. Reveal the solution, which should be exactly like how I did it. So as you can see here, you have your dashboard folder with your dashboard page there, and then you have your customers folder within dashboard folder with its own page, which leads to that path as we just saw, and the same for invoices with the page there, which leads to the invoices path. Wonderful. And here's the solution, which is everything that I just showed. And now we have a create dashboard layout exercise here. And dashboards also have some sort of navigation that is shared across multiple pages. In Next.js, you can use a special layout.tsx file to create UI that is shared between multiple pages. Let's create a layout for the dashboard. Inside the dashboard folder, and have a file called layout.tsx and paste the following code into it. Okay, so at the dashboard folder here, so we're going to go to dashboard and we're going to create a file called layout.tsx, and then in that dashboard we're going to add this block of code that they had us copy there, and then we're going to go back to the tutorial, which is going to be a side nav. So okay, so it looks like this side nav is going to be across all those new pages that I just created. So let's see. Let's break down what's going on in this code. First, we're importing side nav component into your layout. Any components you import into this file will be part of this layout. The layout component receives a children prop. The child can either be a page or another layout. In your case, the pages inside dashboard will automatically be nested inside the layout. And so it looks like this. We have our dashboard up here. We have our layout.tsx here with our dashboard page.tsx here. And then here we have our customers directory with its page and invoice directory with its page. That's what my VS Code looks like here. So now we can check to make sure everything works. So we're going to go back here, and now you can see we're already in invoices here, and you can see the sidebar, which, you know, it's showing you that it works, but we'll go back to dashboard, and there's our dashboard page that you can see there. We already saw invoices, so we should also see it in customers here, and there's our customers page with our side nav here. And this is coming together really nicely, and it's pretty straightforward and simple. I'm really liking Next.js so far. All the tutorials that I've done before, or the dabbling that I've done, I've never really followed anything that was very structured. And so far, I got to say that this course is pretty nice. It lays everything out fairly simply, and I'm liking it so far. So one benefit of using the layout is that on navigation, only the page components only the page components update, while the layout won't re-render. In Next.js, this is called partial rendering. On navigation, it preserves the dashboard with the layout TSX files, and then rendering on navigation shows the page. So it's basically preventing you from having to reload this stuff that is part of the layout. So that will always be there. You know, it helps with performance, so you don't have to keep loading that same component on the sub pages that are going to be using that component. So that's kind of cool. All right, so root layout. In chapter 3, you imported the interfont into another layout app slash layout. As a reminder, this is what that looked like. We just did that, so you probably remember that now. This layout is required and is called in the root layout. Any UI you add to the root layout will be shared across all pages in your application. You can use the root layout to modify your HTML and body tags and add metadata. You'll learn more about that in the metadata chapter later. Since the new layout you've just created is unique to the dashboard pages, you don't need to add any UI to the root layout above. Time for a quiz. What is the purpose of the layout file in Next.js? To act as a global error handler? No. To fetch data and manage state across the entire application? No. To share a UI across multiple pages? That sounds like the one. And the last option is to act as an entry point for the entire application. We are going to go with C. Yeah, correct. Hey, look at that. We're done with chapter 4. That one felt like a little bit quicker than the other ones. We're on to chapter 5. All right, in chapter 5, we are going to be learning about navigating between pages. In the previous chapter, you created the dashboard layout and pages. Now let's add some links to allow users to navigate between the dashboard pages. My kids are in the background. It's hard to being a YouTuber when you got noisy little rascals running around, but it is what it is. All right, in this chapter, we will cover how to use the next link component, how to show an active link with the use path name hook, and how client-side navigation works in Next.js. All right, cool. This sounds like some neat stuff. It seems like we're starting to get away from some of the more basic styling stuff and things like that, and we're moving into more of how the inner workings work. So let's see. Why optimize navigation? To link between pages, you'll traditionally use an anchor tag HTML element. At the moment, the sidebar link uses anchor tag elements, but notice that what happens when you navigate between the home, invoices, and customer pages in your browser. Did you see that? There's a full page refresh for each navigation. I did notice that. So let's see. Let's use this. Oh, look at that. You can see it's kind of quick, but you can see that there's a page load. You can see the top up here. There's some loading happening, and you can see in the DOM here, it's reloading each time we do that. So that's not very performant and not very spa-like. The link component. In Next.js, you can use the link component to link between pages in your application. Link allows you to do client-side navigation with JavaScript. Although parts of your applications are re-rendered on the server, navigation is faster and there's no full page refresh, making it feel more like a web app. Here's how to use the link component. In the app UI dashboard navlinks.tsx, add the import link component in your, okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the links, the navlinks tsx component file, and we're gonna add this import. So let's open up VS Code. In VS Code, I'm just gonna look for that. Nav links. I'm not going to look through the tree here. I'm just going to search for it because that's just a lot faster. And here we're going to import link there. And now let's go back to the tutorial and see what else it wants us to do. And then now we're going to find the anchor tag that looks like this. Right here, there's your anchor tag there. And then we're going to replace it with link. So basically all we're doing is just replacing that A tag with the link import that we just pulled in. So let's go back to VS Code. Let's find our anchor tag here. And we'll just be a cool kid there. Select both of those and then link. All right, so there's that, and let's save that, and let's hopefully it didn't break everything like last time I imported something from Next.js. Hey, and then we'll make sure that this is now using the link. It still says A tag, but I'm guessing that it's using the link. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to restart everything because there was just that funkiness with the image component last time that I want to make sure that I'm not experiencing something similar this time. I'm guessing it just renders an anchor tag when you use that component. I'm guessing that's all that does. But yeah, so I'm guessing that that's fine. It's not going to show the component there. But all right, we're good. We're good. It reloaded. Let's go back to Firefox. Let's see what that looks like. Reload that. All right, so now, look at that. Now you can see there's no page load happening. We don't have our little loader up there in the browser fab icon. And it seems like there's no load. Everything's happening right there without having the browser refresh, which is great. All right, so we got that working now. And it says here, pattern showing active links. The common UI pattern to show that a link is active indicates that the user what page that they're currently on. To do this, you need to get the user's current path from the URL. Next.js provides a hook called usePathName that you can use to check the path. Since usePathName is a hook, you'll need to turn navlinks.tsx into a client component, add React's useClient directive on top of the file, and then import usePathName from the next navigation. All right, so we're going to import this usePathName here. This hook goes here. So, and now with the usePathName hook, we're going to see what's the next step here. Next, assign the path to a variable called pathname inside of your component. So then now we create this variable using that hook. Let's make that here. And why is it not like that? It says hooks must be called within a function. Is that not? Does it need to be inside that? Is that why? Yeah, it needs to be inside the return function. Is that correct? I want to make sure I got that right. Make sure I'm not screwing this up. Yep, that looks right. I needed to put it inside there. You can use the ClassX library introduced in the chapter of CSS Styling to conditionally apply class names when the link is active. When link href matches the path name, the link should display with the blue text in the background. Here's the final code for that. All right, so then we'll import that, and then we'll add the conditional class name there. If the link is the same as the path name, and okay, so there's link. Okay, I see that. So if it equals that, we're going to add that class. All right, easy peasy. Let's do this. So we're going to import this here back in VS Code. Import that. And then we're going to use it in our class name here, which I think it was. And then, is that how we do it? Right? Is that right? You wrap that. I'm trying to get ahead of myself here. Make sure I'm not screwing this up because I'm not really familiar with using that. So we do it on the outside. I think that's what I did. And then we add this here. Just make sure I've got that right. All right, let's go back to VS Code. I feel like I did something wrong. Oh, I see why. Because this needs to be wrapped in curly braces there. Right. Is that right? I broke something. So this needs to be in. Oh, this needs to be in. There's that, and then we add that. I'm just making sure I got that. So then, guessing we need a comma there. Okay, cool. And then now we add this. Then let me format that. All right, so there. We got that all looking nice. That looks right. So we should save that. And now this should work. So let's go check that out. Yep, so it's saved. All right. God dang it. Oh, I forgot to add the use client directive. That's right. So it told me to do that, and I forgot to do that. And I do believe that I just need to do that at the top level of the file. Yep, that's what it says there. So let's go back to VS Code real quick because I forgot to do that step here. So then at the very top, we'll do use client. Now save that. Now we should be good. Let's go back. Yeah, there we go. So now we can see we have that little highlight in blue there when something is active and we're on that link. So you can see the styles, this sky blue 100 and text blue, that's the styles that are being added with the CLSX directive or hook. But yeah, there, it's working. All right, sweet, cool. Let's go on to the next step there. All right, so everything's working there. Now we're going to look into automatic code splitting and prefetching. In addition to client-side navigation, Next.js automatically code splits your application by route segments. This is different from a traditional SPA, where the browser loads all your application code on initial load. Splitting code by routes means that pages become isolated. If a certain page throws an error, the rest of the application will still work. Furthermore, in production, whenever link components appear in the browser's viewport, Next.js automatically prefetches the code for the linked route in the background. By the time the user clicks the link, the code for the destination page will already be loaded in the background, and the page transition will be near instant. That's actually really cool. Time to take a quiz. What does Next.js do when link component appears in the browser's viewport in a production environment? Well, it just told us that, right? And it prefetches the code for the linked route. I'm not going to read the other ones because, come on, we just went over that. Hey, these chapters feel like they're getting shorter and shorter. All right, that's chapter 5 on to chapter 6. All right, so now we're getting into it. Let's see. Chapter 6, setting up your database. Before you can continue working on your dashboard, you'll need some data. In this chapter, we'll be setting up a PostgreSQL database using Vercel Postgres. If you're already familiar with PostgreSQL and would prefer to use your own provider, you can skip this chapter. Otherwise, let's continue. I've worked with Postgres a tiny bit, so probably know enough, but we're gonna do this course. We're gonna stick to what they're recommending, and we're gonna use their Vercel Postgres. So let's see here. In this chapter, we're gonna push your project to GitHub, set up a Vercel account, and link your GitHub repo for instant previews and deployments. Create a link to your project in a Postgres database and seed the database with initial data. I feel like this is going to be a big chapter here. All right, let's see. Create a GitHub repo. To start, let's push your repository. If you haven't already done so, this will make it easier to set up your database and deploy. You will need to set up your repo. Take a look at the guide on GitHub. Good to know. You can use your Git provider like GitLab or Bitbucket, or if you're new to GitHub, we recommend using the GitHub desktop app to simplify it. Do that now, and I'm going to have to initialize my GitHub and get into my GitHub account because it's been a while, and I haven't really been writing a lot of code lately. So let's see here. So I got to create a new repo here. What the hell is the name of this project? Next.js dashboard. So let's name that Next.js dashboard. All right, we're going to do that, and we're going to just make that public, whatever, it doesn't matter. We're going to add a README. No, we're just gonna create that repo here. And then where are we at? We already haven't initialized it. It's been a while since I created a Git repo, but I'm pretty sure that I can just, I'm gonna have to do all this. So let's go get in it on this here. Let's open a new terminal. So we initialized it, and then we're going to, I need to add git add all those files, and then so now we're gonna do the commit. All right, there we go. Now we got our commit, and then we're gonna have to push it to this. So we're gonna copy that because we just created this repo, and then this should just work. It's asking me to authenticate. Oh crap! What's my password there? Not sure how much I was sharing of that, but I just set up my repo and I pushed that to Git. And now we've got our Git repo set up, so that's all good. I did my initial push. Everything's good to go. Now we're going to create a Vercel account. I think I have one, but I'm not totally sure. So we're just going to do that and go to vercel.signup here. And I think I did with my, yeah, so I'm here. I got my, okay, I do have one. All right, cool. We're all good. We're all good there because I did that. Connect. What do we got here? What's the next step here? Connect and deploy your project. Next, you'll be taken to this screen where you can select and import GitHub repository you just created. Okay, so this is, I think that's already linked up to my GitHub account because I see my GitHub account name there. And then it says import. So let's install this. Let's see. This is seems like they just want to authenticate here, and then we'll just install that. I need to check my authenticator app to give it my code. You know, two-factor authentication, kids. You got to keep your stuff safe. Lots of hackers out there that take advantage of you. So let's just go ahead and enter that. All right, looks like that's all good. Just gonna pull up some of the stuff that I have here, and I'm just going to import that one because that's the one that they want us to import. I'm just going to make sure that I'm just deploying it. Yep, select the name and then deploy. All right, so easy peasy, deploy there. See, Vercel makes this very easy to deploy your applications, but I've also heard that they're very expensive. Depending on if you're just trying to make stuff easy or if you've got a big fat bankroll with their hobby tier, I think it's free. So just keep that in mind. It looks like it's building our application right now for prod, and it's deploying what we got here. So we'll just give it a few more minutes, probably speed this part up, and then just wait till it's done. Maybe go get some coffee. All right, sweet, I'm back, and it seems like it's done. So let's just continue the dashboard there. And then let's visit that real quick. Oh, look at that. We deployed our application. How quick and easy was that? Sweet. All right, so back to the tutorial. Let's see here. What's the next steps? Hooray, your project is deployed. We went there, we visited it, and you know, it was linked up to your GitHub repo and made it super easy to deploy that, which is it's pretty nice. It's just super easy, very simple. Although I don't know how much it would be to pay for that if it was a real production web app with a lot of traffic, but nonetheless, it was simple. So now we're going to create the Postgres database. Next, we're going to set up a database. Click on the storage tab in your Vercel dashboard, select connect store, and create new Postgres continue. Okay, so this does really seem like the way that you get locked into doing everything in Vercel. It is super simple and easy, and it's kind of nice that they have it that way. And you know, for the tutorial's sake, we'll go ahead and follow along with this. I know that you can use all kinds of different types of database services and whatnot, like Supabase and other services like that, or set up your own. But again, for the sake of this exercise, we are going to just follow along with the steps here. So what was it there? So it says you connect store, create new, Postgres continue. So you go to your storage tab in your Vercel dashboard. This looks like my Vercel dashboard. Where's the storage tab here? Storage. And then connect store. Is that what it wanted us to do? And then we do our Postgres there. And here's some other database integrations that you can use there. It looks like I have KV, edge config, a blob, and then we're going to go with Postgres. All right, so then we continue. And then here's some disclaimer, but nobody reads those, so we just accept blindly. And then do I have a region that's closer to me? We'll go Portland. You select this database, but this project serverless functions are running in Washington, D.C. using different regions. Latency between... I don't know why it's whatever. I mean, I'm not in Washington D.C., but if that's what it's gonna say, then I'm just gonna do that. So let's see. I'm guessing it's just telling you to follow those steps, which is what we did. Just keep clicking the buttons and create. And now once you've connected, copy the contents from the EVN local tab on the database there. So we should have a environment example in our code base, and it wants us to copy this and put that in there. I'm not going to show you guys that stuff because I don't want you using my database and you know, running up a crazy bill or anything like that. So I'm just going to go ahead and hide some of this stuff right now. But so now we'll connect. And then here's our environment local. So I'm not going to show this secret, but I'm going to copy it. And then I'm going to put that in my, this is where you put all your environment variables inside of Next.js. I know this from messing around with this a bit already. You want to rename that to just env. And not saying EVN. Was I saying EVN? AVN? Am I thinking? What am I talking about over here? So env, which is your environment folder, and you don't want to append the .local to it like I did. You just want to change that to that because I think when you do it local, it's just for your local. This is actually what we're going to use for prod. And then go to your git ignore, make sure that your env file is ignored, which we'll double check that. And then we're finally gonna run this in npm install. Okay, so let's go back. Let's do everything the right way here so that I don't screw anything up. So we're gonna go to the env file. Where the hell did I put it? Up here, and I named it local. Remind myself to blur that out. And now we're just gonna make that env. Let's go to our git ignore, and then just do a quick search here to make sure that it's being ignored. All right, cool. So then that won't be committed to your Git repo, so that it will only be here, which is great. And then everything else looks good. It wants us to run npm install Vercel Postgres. I'm gonna just kill my previous development environment that I was running. I'm gonna install that, and then I'm gonna run my dev environment just to fire that back up. Oh, god damn it. My node version manager is really starting to bug me out. I'll tell you that. Okay, so then I'm just going to use that version. So let's just do this, copy that, and be use. All right, now I can run my dev environment. So obnoxious when you use that and then you're on a version that's too late, and I don't know. There we go. Now I hopefully won't have to deal with that again until I need to use an older version of Node, which hopefully I won't be doing anytime soon. And we're back. We're back, boys and girls. We're back. All right. What the hell was I doing? All right. So we ran that, and we're good. Okay. So now we're going to seed our database. Now that your database has been created, let's seed it with some initial data. This will allow you to have some data to work with as you build the dashboard. In the scripts folder of your project, there's a file called seed.js. This script contains the instructions for creating and seeding the invoices, customers, user, and revenue tables. Do not worry if you don't understand everything the code is doing, but to give you an overview, the script uses SQL to create the tables and the data from placeholder data.js file to populate them after they have been created. In your package.json file, add the following lines to your script. So we'll add this real quick in our package.json, but I do want to go through those files just so I can kind of see if I can understand it. Sounds like it's just some SQL code, but let's go to package.json in our scripts. We're going to add seed, a little comma there. So that's good there. Here's our scripts directory. Here's our seed.js. Let's take a look at that a little bit. Oh crap. I'm not showing you guys what I'm doing. Okay. So basically we went to package JSON. We added our seed script there to run that when we type in seed into our terminal. And then I wanted to check out the scripts seed.js file here to see what we got going on here. So we've got our DBs being defined up here by Vercel Postgres. We've got our customers, invoices, revenue, and users here. And this is being imported from the placeholder data in the JS. Where the hell is that? In the app lib. So that's being imported from this here, which is our placeholder data that we had, which I think they talked about in the first few chapters of this, but that's where that is. I didn't save that. Let's save that. So then we go back to seed here, and it seeds, so user seeds, and then we're going to do an await, and then we're going to the SQL create extension if does not exist. So we're going to give it a GUID const create table, and then we're gonna do a create table if does not exist. So here's just some SQL code. We're gonna use the UUID and create a primary key. Varchar was the name. We got the email. Okay, so yeah, it's just seeding it, and here's all the SQL stuff that's being run to seed those. I know a bit of SQL. I've used it a little bit. I don't know everything that's going on here, but I understand enough to know that it's just creating the tables, and that's what the tutorial told us it's doing. So let's just believe it. Let's go back now. All right, so now that when we run this new script command that we added in there, it will do what it does, and it's going to run that config and run that script seeds. Okay, so then before we can run this command, we must first do an npm I bcrypt, which is used to hash the user passwords. Good. Yep, should encrypt your user's credentials so that you do the right thing and use proper security. So let's copy that real quick. Go back to VS Code. Go back to our terminal. Paste that in there. Now we ran that. That looks good. What's our next step now in the tutorial? Now you run npm run seed, and you should see some console log messages in your terminal to let you know that the script is running. All right, so npm run seed. Let's see, npm run seed. Okay. Oh, got an error. God damn, I just switched the node version. What do you mean? What do you mean? This again? Seriously? So obnoxious. What was it? I just took care of this. I could have sworn I just took care of this. All right. Now npm run seed. Oh, you son of a bitch. What's the error? What error do I got? Connection terminated. Expect to what? Wait. No. What is the error now? So let's see. It says if you run into any issues while seeding your database, you want to run the script again. You can drop any existing tables by running drop tables name in your database query interface. Executing query selections above more. The command will delete. Exploring your database. So let me go, did that first one run and I just got an error with my stuff, or this is kind of obnoxious because this isn't my strongest area, and getting an error during a tutorial like this can be pretty frustrating because it can take me a bit to figure out what the problem is because I don't know too much about databases. And if you're new or newer to development and you run into something like this, I can see it being very frustrating. So I believe I did everything right. I ran that. I'm getting a no such user error, so I'm not sure what that means. Oh my God. So I just spent a ridiculous amount of time debugging this, and the mistake that I made, which you can prevent making, is that when I copied the stuff that was in the secret file for the env local of the database that I was building off of, I did it with this hidden, and I copied the snippet. I figured I needed to make sure that I got everything correct. So when like I showed secret, I copied the user and I copied the password, and that didn't fix the issue when I was trying to seed it. But then what I did was I showed the secret and I copied everything by highlighting this, and then just, command C, command V back into the env file in my VS Code in my project, and ran it again because I was just like, all right, maybe when I copied the snippet when it was hidden, maybe it hid some other stuff that it didn't pick up on, and yeah, that fixed it. So definitely just, I should have not copied the snippet when it was hidden, but it looked like when I pasted it, like everything was there. But then when I realized that the user was missing and the password was missing, I was like, maybe there was some other stuff missing from the rest of this when I copied it. And now everything is working. It looks like I successfully seeded that table, or successfully seeded the database, and all those tables populated the data that I had from the example. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run my local dev environment, because I'm assuming that now I should have some data since it's connected to that database. My local dev environment should be able to hit that. And if I reload this and I'm on the customers page, I'm assuming I should see some data in these screens. Or maybe, you know what, I might not have built out to display that data yet. Let me see if I can, assuming that I'm going to have to hook it up into the UI so that it'll actually display it. But I'm successful. I've got it. So let's move on to the next part of the tutorial. That was really painful. I spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out what was wrong, and it was my fault. Honestly, it was my fault. So now that we are still on chapter 6 here, let's see. So we seeded our database, we did that part, everything's working now. And then what was the quiz? What is seeding in the context of databases? It's basically populating the data with the initial set of data. That's what seeding is. So there you go there. The troubleshooting didn't help. ChatGPT was actually pretty helpful, but the problem again was just that I copied the wrong information there, and I just had to make sure that I had the right information there. So now we're going to explore our database. So let's see what our database looks like. Go back to Vercel, click data in the side nav. In this section, you'll find the 4 new tables of user, customer, invoice, and revenue. So let's go back to Vercel. I got to make sure I hide that stuff. And where did it tell me to go? So I'm in storage, and then go to the data in the side nav. So project, I'm not seeing the data side nav here. So I'm guessing storage. Here's that. Data. There we go. All right. So where's it saying to go? So it says data in the side nav. In this section, you'll find the new tables. So we'll browse that. So let's see. So now we see that we have a user here with the email here. Let's look at other customers. There's some customer data with that stuff we populated for the customer data. So we're seeing our data in the database and on those tables. So now we can see the placeholder data. That's great. So let's execute a query here. You can switch to query tab, and then in the section, for instance, if you drop table customers, you will delete the customers. So be careful. Run your first database query, paste the following in there. So select invoice amount from invoices, and then we're going to join customers on the invoices. So here we're basically going to be joining the invoices and customers table based off of their customer ID, where invoice amount is 666. Jesus Christ, 666, eh? I'm not Canadian, but I like saying that A every once in a while. So let's just paste that query and run it. So basically what it's doing is that evil rabbit, they're funny. So basically what this SQL command is doing is that it's finding the invoice amounts and the customer name, and then wherever the customer amount matches the customer ID with this, then it's joining those two customers on the invoices there. So that's pretty much the gist of that. Which customer does this belong to? Evil Rabbit. Yes. All right. We've completed chapter 6. Thank God. That was a pain in my ass. Honestly, I got stuck with that database issue, and it was just something as simple as making sure I copied the right information from there. So if you run into that issue, make sure that you have your, don't have it hiding the information when you copy the snippet, because that caused me a lot of trouble. On to chapter 7. All right, chapter 7, here we are, fetching data. Now that you've created and seeded your database, let's discuss the different ways you can fetch data for your application and choose the most appropriate one for the dashboard overview page. In this chapter, here are the topics that we'll cover. Learn about approaches to fetching data, APIs, ORMs, SQL, etc. How server components help us access our backend resources more securely, what network waterfalls are, and how to implement parallel data fetching using JavaScript patterns. If you use your own database provider in Chapter 6, you'll need to update the database queries to work with your provider. You can find the queries in applib.css. So if you decided to use your own database instead of using the Vercel database, I suggest that you do that. So choosing how to fetch data. The API layer. APIs are an intermediary layer between your application code and database. There are a few cases where you might use an API. If you're using third-party services to provide an API, and if you're fetching data from the client, you want to have an API layer that runs on the server to avoid exposing your database secrets to the client. Very important. In Next.js, you can create an API endpoint using the routes handler. Database queries. When you're creating a full stack application, you'll need to write logic to interact with your database. For relational databases like Postgres, you can do that with SQL or an ORM like Prisma. There are a few cases where you have to write database queries. When creating your API endpoints, you need to write logic to interact with your database. If you are using React Server components fetching data on the server, you can skip the API layer and query your database directly without risking exposing your database secrets to the client. Here's quiz. In which of these scenarios should you not query your database directly? When you're fetching data on the client, when you're fetching data on the server, when you're creating an API layer to interact with your database, when you're fetching data on the client. That is right. There are a few other ways that you can fetch data with React and Next.js. We won't cover all of them due to time. If you'd like to learn more, check out data fetching docs. In the next section, we'll explore how you can fetch data using relatively new approach, async React server components. Using server components to fetch data. By default, Next.js applications use React server components, and you can opt into client components when needed. There are a few benefits to fetching data with React server components. Server components execute on the server, so you can keep expensive data fetches and logic on the server and only send the result to the client. Server components support promises, providing a simpler solution for asynchronous tasks like data fetching. You can use async await syntax without reaching out for use effect, use state, or data fetching libraries. Since server components execute on the server, you can query the database directly without an additional API layer. Quiz time. What's the advantage of using React server components to fetch data? They automatically protect you from SQL injections. They allow you to query the database directly from the server without additional API layer. They require you to use an API layer to create endpoints. The answer is B, because that's what it just told us. Using SQL. For your database project, you'll write database queries using Vercel, Postgres, SDK, and SQL. SQL, however you want to pronounce that. There are a few reasons why we'll be using SQL. SQL is the industry standard for querying relational databases, e.g. ORMs, General SQL under the hood. Having a basic understanding of SQL can help you understand the fundamentals of relational databases, allowing you to apply your knowledge to other tools. SQL is versatile, allowing you to fetch and manipulate specific data. The Vercel Postgres SDK provides protection against SQL injections. Don't worry if you haven't used SQL before. We'll have provided the queries for you. Go to the app.lib.data.ts file. Here you'll see where you're importing the SQL function from the Vercel Postgres. This function allows you to query your database. So if we go to that file and we check that out, so it's in the lib, what is it, the data. So here you can see this import that's coming in there, that SQL right there. That's what we're talking about in the tutorial. And you can call SQL inside any server component, but to allow you to navigate to the components more easily, we've kept all the data queries in the data.ts file, and you can import them into your components. What does SQL allow you to do in terms of fetching data? Fetch all your data indiscriminately, fetch and manipulate specific data, automatically cache data for better performance, change the database schema on the fly. The answer is B. All right, fetch data for the database overview page. Here we go. Now that you understand the different ways of fetching data, let's fetch data for the dashboard overview page. Navigate to the dashboard page, paste the following code, and spend some time exploring it. We're going to do exactly that. So let's just copy this whole blob of code, and we're going to go to the dashboard page. So let's go to VS Code. We're going to go to dashboard, and we're going to go to page here. And now I think we're just going to paste that whole bit of code that we got there. And let's take a moment to just look at what we got here. So looks like we're importing a card component. We're importing a revenue chart component. We're importing latest invoices component. And then we got that font that we were importing here. Looks like we've got a H1 tag saying dashboard and that font class name that we brought in. We've got something with a grid here where we're going to show some cards that's commented out for the moment. And then we got another grid here that's going to show revenue and invoices there. So we're going to save that. And I'm going to guess that it wants us to go to the dashboard page, but let's just follow the tutorial so I don't get ahead of myself here. The code above, the page is an async component. This allows you to use await to fetch data. There's also 3 components which receive data: the card, revenue chart, and latest invoices that are currently commented out to prevent the application from erroring. Everything I just said. All right, so fetching data for revenue chart. To fetch the data for the revenue chart component, import fetch revenue function from data.ts and call it inside your component. All right, so we're gonna go back to that. We're gonna copy this fetch revenue function from the data.ts, which we're gonna just paste that here. We're gonna save that, but I also want to go to the data.ts real quick, and then let's look for that fetch revenue. And then here it says add no store. So there's some comments here. Artificially delay the response for demo purposes. So there's that. So then it says our data is an await call for fetching the type of revenue from the revenue table. So we're selecting all from the revenue table, and then we're returning the rows from that table. If there's an error, we're logging an error, and then we're throwing an error there. And that's what fetch revenue does. So all right, so now we'll go back to, you know what, I got a lot of stuff open up here. Let me just close all this because I'm starting to have too many tabs here and I'm having a hard time getting back and forth between everything, and nobody needs that. So let's just close all that. And then I'm going to collapse all this because it's getting a little messy here. So now we're going to go back to the dashboard. All right, so I imported that fetch revenue function that we were just looking at into this dashboard page here. And the next step is to create to create a const for revenue using a wait here and importing that and setting that inside the page component there. So let's go back to VS Code. So we're in here and we're just going to paste that right into there. And let's go see what the next step is. All right, then uncomment the revenue chart component and anything inside the revenue chart function. Check your local host and use the revenue chart data in your component. Okay, cool. So let's go back to VS Code. There's a lot of this back and forth that we're going through here. So here's our revenue chart component that's commented out. We're going to remove those comments and we're going to just save this. And now we're going to go back and see if we have some data showing in our local host. Go back to the dashboard. We're currently in invoices. Paste that. There's a bit of a load there. Uh-oh. I'm not seeing anything. We got any errors there? What am I doing wrong here? All right, let's go back to VS Code and let's look through the code and see what I'm doing wrong here. So I obviously have revenue chart here, right? This is my dashboard, my revenue chart component. Oh, God damn it. I obviously wasn't paying enough attention to the tutorial, and I was getting ahead of myself because we have all this commented stuff, and it did say to go to the revenue chart component, but to uncomment that stuff, but I just uncommented what was in the dashboard, which totally makes sense now. So let's just, I'm sorry, people. So, just try not to get ahead of yourself. Try not to jump ahead like I did, and pay attention to what the tutorial is saying, because now I see that I didn't have any of this uncommented, so that will explain why nothing is showing up. And I'm pretty sure now if we look at this, we should see something on the screen. There it is. Yay! We did it. We have our component and our revenue data showing there. That is awesome. Great. On to the next step. Jeez. All right, let's continue importing some more data queries. So fetching data for the latest invoice. For latest invoice component, we need to get the 5 latest invoices sorted by date. You could fetch all the invoices and sort them through using JavaScript. This isn't a problem as our data is small, but if your application grows, it can significantly increase the amount of data transferred on each request, and the JavaScript required to sort through it increased. Instead, let's sort through the latest invoices in memory, and you can use SQL query to fetch the 5 latest invoices, for example. This query we have in our data.ts. So latest invoice is raw, so we're selecting invoice amount, customer name, customer URL, and email from invoices, and we're joining them on the invoice customer ID when the customer ID matches, and order by invoices date descending, limit 5. Okay, easy enough. That makes sense. And then in your page, we're going to fetch the latest invoices. So we have, since that's coming from the same lib data file, we're just going to add the import for the fetch latest invoices in that file, just like we did for the fetch revenue. And this time I'm not going to screw everything up like I did earlier. So we're just going to add a little comma here, and then we're going to fetch invoices there. And then what was the next step? No, I think I know the next step, but I want to go back to the tutorial, which is just going to be to comment everything out. But let's just keep following along. So then uncomment the latest invoices component, and you'll visit in your local host and you'll see all the latest invoices here. So let's do that. So we'll go back to VS Code and let's uncomment everything out from latest invoices. This time I am not going to screw around, and I'm going to go to the latest invoices component and make sure that you see all that stuff that's commented that I missed on that revenue one. We're going to uncomment here. And then, all right, so now we should be good. We should have all the stuff that we need to see. Let's go back to our dashboard. Oh, here we go. Oh, I didn't import latest invoices into that page file, so that makes sense. We'll go back here to page, and we gotta, just how we did fetch revenue here, we gotta do invoices from fetch latest invoices. Is it? Paste, and then we'll call that invoices, right? Or what are they using? What do they call it? Latest invoices. So copy that. So then we'll just change that there. All right. So now we should be good. Let's go back and see what we got here. There we go. All right. Loaded up nicely. Updated just now. Everything's looking good. Looking real good. All right. Then uncomment the latest invoices component. We did all that. Visit. You'll see that we have our five invoices there, and now we are going to fetch the data for the card components. Now it's your turn to fetch the data for the card components, and we'll do the same thing. The total amount of invoices collected, total amount of invoices pending, number of invoices, total number of customers. Again, you might be tempted to fetch all the invoices and the customers using JavaScript to manipulate the data, but for example, you could use array length and get the total number of invoices and new customers. So we can set something up like that. And then, but with SQL, you can fetch the data you need with a little longer using a query that's a little longer than using query length, but it means that the less data will be transferred during the request. So here's a SQL alternative. So you can select count all from invoices, and then that, and the function you'll need to import is called fetch card, and you will need to destructure the values and return. Hint, check the card component to see what data it needs. So once you're ready, expand for the toggle to final code. Okay, so we're gonna copy this here. We're gonna go to our data.ts here. Do we have anything for? So here's fetch card data. Okay, so actually that's already all here. So we have, wait, is it? Is that the same stuff that it had us copy? Let me see. So yeah, so we have that. So we have that already. Okay, so if that's already there, so we don't need that because it's already here. So what does it want us to do? Just do the same thing we did for cards, which is go to the page.tx, and then so it would be like fetch card. What is it? Well, it wanted us to fetch like all of that stuff, right? Like it wanted us to fetch card data. Is it just fetch card data? Sorry, got to go back to the tutorial. I wasn't sure if what it wanted us to do. So we'll do the import card data and the structure value. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. We'll go back to VS Code. Basically wants us to do what we already just did. So this is what we're doing here. We're gonna basically call all of those from that function. Damn it. Because those are all part of that fetch card data. Yeah, so these are all coming from this fetch card data. So we're going to be calling those from that, and then trying to get all this here. So then that should do that, and then we should be able to do this. And then, oh, come on. All right, so I got to comment this out one by one. Okay, so that should, I'm going to format that to look a little nicer. I think that should be everything we need to do that. Let's make sure I didn't break anything. Where are our cards? Ah, there's our cards. Okay, so you can see that I imported. Okay, so just talking about that real quick. So I imported all of these from that fetch card data function, and all of these come from fetch card data that's inside of here. So you can see like the total number of invoices. All of these are returned by that data within the fetch card data function, and you've got all of that there, and that's what's returning all this here, which is what you see. You got the return here. And that's what this function does. It returns all this. So then I am calling all of those in here from this import, and then I am pulling those values here to display in the cards. And that's what makes those cards up here start showing. All right, awesome. Make sure I did everything right. We'll look at the solution, which I did fetch card data. As you can see, I set those variables for all of those items that are returned from the fetch card data function, and then I commented out this stuff from these values that are being called in here, and that's that. Great. Now you've fetched all the data for your dashboard overview page. Your page should look like this. It sure does. Isn't that great? However, there are two things you need to be aware of. Oh no, the data requests are unintentionally blocking each other, creating a request waterfall. By default, Next.js pre-renders routes to improve performance. This is called static rendering. So if your data changes, it won't be reflected in your dashboard. Let's discuss number 1 in this chapter and then look into detail at number 2 in the next chapter. So what are request waterfalls? A waterfall refers to a sequence of network requests that depend on the completion of a previous request. In the case of data fetching, each request can only begin once the previous request has been returned or has returned data. So sequential, we got fetch revenue, fetch latest invoice, and then parallel. And here's time. For example, you need to wait for fetch revenue to execute before fetch latest invoices can start running, and so on. So here we have fetch revenue runs first, then it waits for fetch revenue to finish, and then this runs, and then the fetch cards waits for invoices. This pattern is not necessarily bad. There may be cases where you want waterfalls because you want a condition to be satisfied before you make the next request. For example, you might want to fetch a user's ID and profile information first. Once you have the ID, you might then proceed to fetch their list of friends. In this case, each request is contingent on the data returned from the previous request. However, this behavior can be unintentional and impact performance. When might you want to use a waterfall pattern? To satisfy a condition before making the next request, to make requests simultaneously, to reduce the server load by doing a fetch at the same time. It is number 1. We just read that. Come on, people. All right, parallel data fetching. A common way to avoid waterfalls is to initiate all data requests at the same time in parallel. In JavaScript, you can use this with promise all or promise all settled. Functions to initiate all promises at the same time. For example, in data.ts, we're using promise all in the fetch card function. Okay, so you can see here's that fetch card function. And then we've got those SQL queries here, and then the const data is an await promise all, and then it pulls all of these from those up there. Good to know. With promise all settled, you can also run an array of objects with the status and value keys so that you can check a promise's status is fulfilled or rejected before passing the value to your component. It's useful if you want to handle errors more gracefully. By using this pattern, you can start executing all data fetches at the same time, which can lead to performance gains. Use a native JavaScript pattern that can be applied to any library or framework. However, there is one disadvantage of using JavaScript pattern. What happens if a data request is slower than the others? So it looks like we've completed chapter 7. Awesome. Great. We're moving along. All right. Chapter 8, static and dynamic rendering. This chapter contains Next.js 14 experimental features that are subject to change. The content may be updated as the features are finalized. In the previous chapter, you fetched data for the dashboard overview page. However, we briefly discussed 2 limitations of the current setup. The data requests are creating an unintentional waterfall, and the dashboard is static, so any data updates will not be reflected on your application. In this chapter, we are going to cover what static rendering is and how it can improve your application's performance, what dynamic rendering is and when to use it, different approaches to make your dashboard dynamic, and the limitation of fetching data at request time. What is static rendering? With static rendering, data fetching and rendering happens on the server at build time when you deploy, or during revalidation. The result can then be distributed and cached, stored in the content delivery network, CDN. So here we have the server, and then we have our CDN here, and then we have our users. Whenever a user visits your application, the cache result is served. There are a couple benefits of static rendering. Faster websites, pre-rendered content can be cached. This ensures that the user around the world can access your website content more quickly and reliably. Reduce server load. Because the content is cached, your server does not have to dynamically generate content for each user request. And SEO. Pre-rendered content is easier for search engines to crawl to index, as the content is already available when the page loads. This can lead to improved search engine rankings. Static rendering is useful for UI with no data. The data that is shared across users, such as static blog posts or product page. It might not be a good fit for a dashboard that has data that can regularly be updated. The opposite of static rendering is dynamic rendering. Quiz time. Why might static rendering not be a good fit for a dashboard app? Because it's dynamic data that could be changing, because the application will not reflect the latest data changes. There we go. All right, what is dynamic rendering? With dynamic rendering, content is rendered on the server for each user request at request time when the user visits the page. There are a couple of benefits of dynamic rendering. Real-time data. Dynamic rendering allows your application to display real-time data or frequently updated data. This is ideal for applications where data changes often. User-specific content. It is easier to serve user-specific content such as personalized dashboards or user profiles through dynamic rendering, as the data is updated based on user interactions. Request time information. Dynamic rendering allows you to access information that can only be known at request time, such as cookies or URL search parameters. What kind of information can only be known at request time? Cookies and search URL parameters. There we go. Making the dashboard dynamic. Here we go. By default, Vercel Postgres doesn't set its own caching semantics. Messed that word up. This allows any framework to set its own static and dynamic behavior. You can use Next.js API called unstable no store inside the server components or data fetching functions to opt out of static rendering. Let's add this. In your data.ts, import unstable no store from the Next cache and call it at the top of your data fetching functions. So here we go. We're going to import that in our data.ts file right now. So let's go to our data. We're going to import that right here. Bam, bam. Stable no store. It's in there. Let's get back to this. And then in our fetch latest invoices, fetch revenue, fetch card, we're going to add that no store pretty much everywhere. Okay, I got to make sure I add those in all the right places, but let's just start with fetch revenue. It looks like they're just importing it at the top of the function. This one looks like it's in the, oh yeah, so they're just inserting this at the top of each function. So let's do that now. So we'll do that there. Do that there. So almost there, almost there. What do we got here? I'm just putting them in every single function that's in here. And let's see. I feel like I can hear my kids just got home and it's going to get really loud in here. All right, so I think that's right. I don't see any errors in the console. So note, unstable no store is an experimental API and may change in the future. If you prefer to use stable API in your own projects, you can also use segment config option export content dynamic force dynamic. Here we go. Simulating a slow data fetch. Making the dashboard dynamic is a good first step. However, there's still one problem we mentioned in the previous chapter. What happens if one data request is slower than the others? Let's simulate a slow data fetch and see what happens. In your data fetch data file, uncomment the console log, set timeout. Oh, so that's already uncommented because I uncommented it earlier by accident. So we should be able to see what that looks like right now. As we load this, there's our I'm assuming that super long pause is why that feels about 3 seconds or so there. Now open the dashboard tab, and it takes longer to load. You should see the following message in your console. I wasn't looking at the console, but here, let's look at our console. Let's load that. It's the console inside VS Code because it's the backend console. Like I said, I've already had that uncommented, so it's probably already been slower than it was supposed to be. Here we've added an artificial 3-second delay to slow the data fetching the results, and now the whole page is blocked while the data is being fetched. Which brings us to a common challenge developers have to solve. With dynamic rendering, your application is only as fast as your slowest data fetch. Nice, we completed chapter 8. We are halfway done. Up next is chapter 9. All right, here we go with chapter 9, streaming. In the previous chapter, you made your dashboard page dynamic. However, we discussed how the slow data fetches can impact the performance of your application. Let's look at how you can improve the user experience when there are slow data requests. In this chapter, we are going to cover what streaming is and when you might use it, how to implement streaming with loading.tsx, and suspense, what loading skeletons are, what route groups are, and when you might use them, and where to place suspense boundaries in your application. What is streaming? Streaming is a data transfer technique that allows you to break down a route into smaller chunks and progressively stream them from your server to the client as they become ready. So you got your partial content with loading state here, and then suspended content streaming in. By streaming, you can prevent slow data requests from blocking your whole page. This allows the user to see and interact with parts of the page without waiting for all of the data to load before any UI can be shown to the user. Data fetching and rendering are initiated in parallel so the user can see the UI as it becomes ready. This is different from the traditional waterfall approach where data fetching and rendering are initiated sequentially, blocking the UI from rendering until the data is ready. We have A is fetching on server, B is rendering on the server, HTML rendering on the server, C is loading code on the client, and D is hydrating. So you have the time here and the different components and how they're coming in at those different levels there. So streaming works well with React Components model, and each component can be considered a chunk. All right, let's take a quiz here. What is one advantage of streaming? Data requests become more secure through the chunk encryption. All chunks are rendered only after they are received in full. Chunks are rendered in parallel, reducing overall load times. There are two ways to implement streaming in Next.js. At the page level with the loading.tsx file, and for specific components with suspense. Let's see how this works. Streaming a whole page with loading.tsx. The app dashboard folder, create a new file called loading.tsx, and then add this to it. All right, so let's go ahead and do that now. Off to the dashboard. Close this all up. Go app, dashboard, and then we're going to create a new file called loading.tsx, and then in that file we were going to paste that, format that a little bit, and now we have that. All right, let's go back to the course. All right, so we did that, and now when we go to the dashboard screen we should see that. So let's see. All right, I'm reloading it. You can see it's kind of loading there, and we have the loading indicator or paragraph tag right there. So let's see. A few things are happening here. Loading.tsx is a special Next.js file built on top of Suspense. It allows you to create loading UI to show as a replacement while the page content loads. Since sidebar is static, it's shown immediately. The user can interact with sidebar while the dynamic content is loading. The user doesn't have to wait for the page to finish loading before navigating away. This is called interruptible navigation. Congratulations, you've just implemented streaming with Next.js. but can we do more to improve the user experience? Let's show you how to use a skeleton instead of loading. Adding loading skeletons. A loading skeleton is a simplified version of the UI. Many web pages use them as placeholder or fallback to indicate to users that content is loading. Any UI you embed into loading.jsx, TSX, will be embedded as part of the static file and sent first. Then the rest of the dynamic content will be streamed in from the server to the client. Inside your loading.tsx file, import a new component called dashboard skeleton. All right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just copy this whole thing and replace that loading file that I have here. So now we're importing the dashboard skeleton component from our project here, and then when we hit that loading state, it will show that dashboard skeleton, which you can see here. We've got that component, and we have the skeleton, and then it called some card skeletons, and then revenue skeletons, and all that. So let's go ahead and save loading.tsx, go back to our browser, and then kick on the loading screen. Oh, look at that. That looks nice. That's a good user experience. Definitely. All right, back to the course now. As you see, that's exactly what I just did now. I went and I reloaded that and showed that loading screen. Now, next is fixing the loading skeleton bug with route groups. Right now, your loading skeleton will apply to the invoices and customer page as well. Since loading.tsx is at a level higher than invoices page and customers page in the file system, it also applies to those pages. We learned that from the routing and the way that all works, since that was at a top level on dashboard. We can change this with the route groups. Create a new folder called overview inside the dashboard folder, and then move your loading TSX and page TSX files into that folder. Okay, so now we're gonna create a overview. Interesting, we put parens around it. All right, so let's do that. So in dashboard, now we're gonna create a new folder with parens overview. And then in the overview, we're going to move these two into that. Move that to allow that to change all the imports. Yes, I want all those imports to change. All right, now let's go page.tsx. I don't know. Okay, so that was changed there. I guess I'll save that. And then let's go back to the tutorial. Actually, let me see if I broke anything. Looks like that's all still working, I guess. Definitely got something broken here. I'm gonna go back to the tutorial and make sure that I'm not doing anything wrong. Okay, so I did that, and then that structure was correct. I just want to make sure I didn't screw anything up. I might have screwed something up with changing the file paths. This page.ts is, I don't know where this is coming from. Hopefully that didn't screw something up. So we got dashboard, overview, and then we got the page.tsx and the overview.tsx here. Okay, and then I know there's something screwy here. I'm gonna rerun my dev environment just in case to make sure that I didn't screw anything up with that. And then we're gonna go back to here. I definitely have an error, and I don't know if it changed an underlying import, which maybe might have screwed something up, but we'll see. Doesn't look like I've got any errors now. All right, I think we're good. So now the loading.tsx file will only appear on your dashboard overview page. Route groups allow you to organize files into logical groups without affecting the URL path structure. When you create a new folder using parentheses, the name won't be included in the URL path. So dashboard overview page becomes dashboard. Here you're using a route group to ensure loading TSX only applies to your dashboard overview page. However, you can also use route groups to separate your application into sections, i.e. marketing routes and dashboard routes for your teams and larger applications. Oh, that's pretty interesting. All right, cool. Streaming a component. So far, you're streaming a whole page, but instead you can be more granular and stream specific components using React Suspense. Suspense allows you to defer rendering parts of your application until some conditions is met, and your data is loaded. You can wrap your dynamic components in suspense and then pass it a fallback component to show while the dynamic component loads. If you remember the slow data request fetch revenue, this is the request that is slowing down the whole page. Instead of blocking your page, you can use suspense to stream only this component and immediately show the rest of the page's UI. To do so, you need to move the data fetch to the component. So let's update the code and see what that looks like. Delete all instances of fetch revenue and its data from the dashboard overview page. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So then we'll go back to VS Code. All right, so let's see here. So then where the hell was that? Fetch revenue is in here, right? I don't know where that came from. Okay, so what did it want us to do? Remove fetch revenue, right? That's what it was telling us to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and just delete that and see what the next step is. Then import suspense from React and wrap it around the revenue chart. You can pass it a fallback component called fetch revenue chart skeleton. Okay, so the skeleton comes from there, and then we import suspense from React. Yeah, this is all stuff that I'm not very familiar with at all. I know some React, but I'm not up to date with the most current React stuff. So this is all pretty new to me. So let's see, let's go back to our VS Code. And we're gonna do that. I said remove that part too, and then revenue chart. Like all this stuff is going to throw an error because I'm no longer importing the fetch revenue. So I don't want to. I'm just going to comment that one out. Nope. Okay, and then what else does it want me to add? So then we wrap the revenue chart in that, which revenue chart's already be imported. So okay, so then we just wrap that with that. Let's go back. I'm not sure why this got changed like that. So there's revenue chart. Why is it throwing an error down there? And here, revenue chart component, I am going to be importing the fetch data on that, and then I'm just okay, so then I'm just moving it to there. Okay, so that makes more sense. So then now we go back to VS Code, let's go to revenue chart component. Then we're gonna have the import here for the fetch revenue. And then let me close that. And then where is that revenue? So then I have to define revenue here. Goals, and then we're gonna, what is that? It's gonna be fetch revenue. Revenue, and then, how did I screw that up? I think this needs to be wrapped in that. Wait, it's being passed in here. God damn it, what am I doing wrong? Just look at the tutorial real quick. Okay, oh, yeah, because it's no longer being passed in, duh. That's right, so we're no longer passing it in to there, so we'll just remove this. So the formatting's making me not like how this looks. So basically we're just gonna remove that. There we go. But now I'm still getting an error here, so what am I screwing up? Oh, because I gotta make it an await. Duh. Because it's asynchronous, so then. Okay, now that should take care of everything. Okay, so now that handles everything. Okay, so now we should be good with all this. So now we should be good. All right, let's go back here. And now when you refresh the page, you should see the dashboard information almost immediately while a fallback skeleton is shown for revenue chart. Let's see if that's what happens. So we'll reload that. Ah, look at that. Perfect. Working exactly how we want it to. All right, that's great. We're knocking it out of the park here. So practice streaming. For latest invoices, now it's your turn. Practice what you just learned by streaming with the latest invoices component. Move the fetch latest invoices down to the page to latest invoices, and then wrap the component in suspense boundaries. And then okay, so we're basically going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it for the latest invoices now. So we'll just kind of follow that same pattern on the page. We're going to go here. We're going to import the skeleton, and I think it's latest invoice. So we'll import the latest invoice skeleton. Where is the latest invoice? Here. So latest invoice. So we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to, just for the sake of not writing all this stuff out, I'm just going to copy and paste all this, or actually just do that. And then we're going to move that in here. We're going to kill this. Format that real quick. We're not going to pass in latest invoices as a prop anymore in here. And then we're gonna change this latest invoice skeleton. Okay, so now we're kind of just following the same thing there. So then now latest invoices is throwing an error because latest invoices is expecting a prop, but we're not gonna pass in the prop in there anymore. We're gonna cut this out right here, which is that's what we're gonna use in the latest invoice component. So now we go to the latest invoice component, and we then, where the hell am I? So latest invoice component, where am I here? We're not gonna take this anymore. Like that. We're gonna paste that there, and then we're gonna take that. We don't need that type anymore. And then we're going to copy, and then we're going to import our fetch latest invoices from, what's the path? And just do revenue chart, copy. So it's from applib data. Nah, damn it. Wrap that in there. I think that should be it. I'm missing something. There's something I'm missing here. What was it that I was doing with the revenue chart that I'm missing there? No, I'm fetching it in the revenue. I think that should be it. Am I getting any errors here? No, that looks good. All right, so that should be good. I think that's good. I don't think I missed anything. Let's take a look here, and we should see the same thing from the invoices now. Oh shit. All right, well, let's see. Hold on. So we have the fallback, latest invoices skeleton, latest invoices, and then we're going here. Or fetch latest invoices, which is fetch latest invoices, and then we have latest invoices.map into that. I think I got everything. Let me see if I'm missing something. Maybe I'm not. Maybe it's just what am I doing? Let's see. So wait, did it tell me to do it to move? Wait a minute. Why is it having me fetch card data? Oh no, never mind. Okay, that's correct. Because that's all that should be left now is, I should have moved that import into the skeletons there. That makes sense, but that's all right. If I'm calling them twice, maybe. No, I shouldn't be creating any problems there. Okay, it looks like I did everything right. So I'm not sure if I'm missing something here. I should definitely move that into here because that's bad bad call, or that's code smell right there, because those should just be coming from there. I'm not pointing to moving that over there, so that saves that. Everything else should be good. Everything else should be good. Latest invoices. That should be it. All right, I'm feeling good about it. This is right. I just was expecting to see a load similar to the dashboard stuff, but it's just loading faster. It's all on the same call. Oh, you know what? I think I remember now. I think that the dashboard data load has the... So, okay, so that's what it is. So the promise that's fetching revenue has the 3 minute or the 3 second delay here, and that's only on that fetch revenue. It's not in the fetch latest invoices. If I were to throw in that same set timeout here, so if I copied this and then throw it into the latest invoices here, then I would have that delay. But that's why I'm not having the delay, because I don't have that same timeout. That makes sense. That's why it's not doing that. All right, makes perfect sense. It is working. It's just that I don't have that same timeout in the data fetch that's happening there. So it's cool. It's working. Grouping components. Great. You're almost there. Now you need to wrap the card components in suspense. You can fetch data with each individual card, but this could lead to popping effect as the cards load in. It can be visually jarring for the user. So how would you tackle this problem? To create more of the staggered effect, you can group the cards using a wrapper component. Means a static sidebar will show first, followed by the cards, etc. In your page TSX file, delete your card components, delete the fetch card data, import a new wrapper called card wrapper. Wrap card wrapper in suspense. Okay, so we're gonna import the card skeleton, and we're gonna add this suspense card skeleton, and then we're gonna import the card wrapper from cards. So let's do that. Go back to VS Code. Got too much going on over here. Let me just close that stuff. So go back up here. So we're gonna get card components here, or card skeleton. Is it card skeleton or card skeleton? I think it was cards with an S. Let's double check. Cards. Okay, because there's a card skeleton too. All right. So then we're gonna import that. We're gonna take this. I think I already copied it, but let's make sure. Back to VS Code. We're gonna take our whole card component there. All right. Card wrapper there. We're gonna import card wrapper from the cards component. Is that not coming from cards component? Where the hell does that come from? I thought that's where it was coming from. Card wrapper coming from cards, dashboard cards. Okay. Well, that's confusing. All right. So then that is coming from there. Why is it making me import this here? Card wrapper is not coming from dashboard cards. Wait a minute. So import card wrapper from dashboard cards is because I have that. There we go. That's all it was. Okay, so that's looking better now. And I'm guessing we're going to have to go... let's just refer to the tutorial. I keep getting ahead of myself and trying to do this on my own because I think I know what I need to do afterwards, but then it throws me off and it's messing up this this video. So let's go back to where we need to go. So yeah, so now inside your cards component, we're gonna do the fetch data, and then we're gonna do the same thing we're doing there. So basically, we're just gonna go back to VS Code. In here, we're gonna take this fetch card data, cut that out of here, format that, save that, and then we're gonna go for the cards component, our cards.tsx here, and then we're going to, inside of here, paste that. We're gonna need all of that, which we are pulling in right here, fetch card data, cut that from there, take that and put it back in here. I can just put that there, and then that should resolve those errors there. Let's save everything, and then it looks like we've got some stuff that's not commented out here, so let's uncomment that. Why did you do that to me? Oh, because, wait, where's the, that should, there we go, all right. So now we have that there, and that's saved. I think that's all we should do. If it works, like if I didn't screw everything up, then everything should work and not break, which it looks good. Nothing looks like it broke there. Let's see. All right, refresh the page. You see all the cards load at the same time. You can use this pattern when you want multiple components to load at the same time. Deciding where to place your suspense boundaries. Where you place your suspense boundaries will depend on a few things: how you want the user experience the page as it streams, what content you want to prioritize, if the components rely on data fetching. Those are the 3 reasons. Take a look at your dashboard page. Is there anything you would have done differently? Don't worry, there isn't a right answer. You could stream the whole page like we did with loading TSX, but it may lead to longer load times if one of the components has a slower data fetch. You could stream every component individually, but that may lead to UI popping into the screen. And you could also create a staggering effect by streaming the page in sections, but you'll need to create wrapper components. Where you place your suspense boundaries will vary depending on your application. In general, it's good practice to move your data fetches down to the components that need it, and then wrap those components in suspense. But there is nothing wrong with streaming the sections or the whole page if that's what the application needs. Don't be afraid to experiment with suspense and see what works best for you. It's a powerful API that can help you create more delightful user experiences. Cool. In general, what is considered good practice when working with suspense and data fetching? Move data fetches up to the parent component. Avoid using suspense for data fetching. Move data fetches down to the components that need it. Use suspense only for error boundaries. I'm going to go with C on that one. Yay. All right, looking ahead, streaming and server components give us new ways to handle data fetching and loading states, ultimately with the goal of improving the end user experience. In the next chapter, you'll learn about partial pre-rendering, a new Next.js compiler optimization built with streaming in mind based on your suspense boundaries. Cool, we just completed chapter 9. On to 10, we're almost there, guys. All right, chapter 10, partial pre-rendering, optional. Partial pre-rendering is an experimental feature introduced in Next.js 14. The content on this page may be updated as the feature progresses in stability. I can't read. Oh, my eyes hurt. Oh, this has been taking so much longer than I expected it to. Partial pre-rendering is an experimental feature introduced in Next.js 14. The content of this page may be updated as the feature progresses in stability. You may want to skip this chapter if you prefer to not use experimental features. This chapter is not required to complete the course. We're going to do it. We're going to do it because I want to do all the chapters, even if it's optional. Even though this is experimental, it might become a thing that they use permanently in the future, and why not? We're doing it. Let's go. In this chapter, here are the topics we'll cover. What is partial pre-rendering and how partial pre-rendering works. Combining static and dynamic content. Currently, if you call a dynamic function inside your route, no store, cookies, etc., your whole route becomes dynamic. This aligns with how most web apps are built today. You either choose between static and dynamic rendering for your entire application or specific routes. However, most routes are not fully static or dynamic. You may have a route that has both static and dynamic content. For example, let's say you have a social media feed. The post would be static, but the likes for the post would be dynamic. Or an e-commerce site where the product details are static, but the user's cart is dynamic. Going back to your dashboard page, what components would you consider static versus dynamic? Once you're ready, click on the button below to see how we would split the dashboard route. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's just look at the application and not the code. So I would say if I'm looking at this, right, the recent revenue seems to be based off of your month, right? So I don't know if that's gonna update dynamically, but I can see how latest invoices would be dynamic. So the dashboard could be static because if that's updating at the end of every month, then it probably doesn't need to be updated dynamically, and it could be static because it's based off of the previous month's revenue. But latest invoices could definitely be dynamic because those can come in as new invoices come in. And also, I think that some of this information up here can definitely be dynamic, not static. So let's see. Let's reveal the solution. God damn it. All right. So apparently the revenue is also dynamic. So I was looking at the month there. I was thinking that maybe that could have been not loading in real time, but we see that the only thing that is static is the sidebar. The side nav component doesn't rely on data and is not personalized to the user, so it can be static. The components in the page rely on data that changes often and will be personalized to the user, and they can be dynamic. What is partial pre-rendering? In Next.js 14, there is a preview of a new compiler optimization called partial pre-rendering. Partial pre-rendering is an experimental feature that allows you to render a route with a static loading shell while keeping some parts dynamic. In other words, you can isolate the dynamic parts of a route. For example, you have your static stuff here is in the purple, and then you have your dynamic stuff in the blue. So you got your recommended down there and your cart up here that's dynamic, and everything else is static, like the product information in the nav bar. When a user visits a route, a static route shell is served. This makes the initial load fast. This shell leaves holes where dynamic content can load in async. The async holes is loaded in parallel and reducing the overall load time of the page. This is different from how your application behaves today, where entire routes are either fully static or dynamic. Let's take a quiz. What are the holes in the context of partial pre-rendering? It's locations where JavaScript is disabled, location where dynamic content will load asynchronously, locations where third-party scripts are loaded. We know that's B because we just literally read that. So how does partial pre-rendering work? Partial pre-rendering leverages React's concurrent APIs and uses suspense to defer rendering parts of your application until some condition is met, like data being loaded. The fallback is embedded into the initial static file along with other static content. At build time, during revalidation, the static parts of the route are pre-rendered, and the rest of this is postponed until the user requests a route. It's worth noting that wrapping a component in suspense doesn't make that component itself dynamic. Remember, you used unstable no store to achieve this behavior, but rather suspense is used as a boundary between the static and dynamic parts of the route. The great thing about partial pre-rendering is that you don't need to change your code to use it. As long as you're using suspense to wrap the dynamic parts of your route, Next.js will know which parts of your route are static and which are dynamic. That's pretty cool. It's a really cool feature. I'm really liking this Next.js stuff. It sounds as good as a lot of people made it out to be. To recap, you've done a few things to optimize the data fetching in your application. You've created a database with the same region of your application code to reduce latency between your server and database. You fetch data on the server with React Server components. This allowed you to keep expensive data fetches and logic on the server, reduces client-side JavaScript bundle, and prevents your database secrets from being exposed to the client. We've used SQL to only fetch data you needed, reducing the amount of data transferred for each request and the amount of JavaScript needed to transform the data in memory. Parallelized. Yeah, that's a tough one for me. Data fetching with JavaScript where you made sense to do so. Implemented streaming to prevent slow data requests from blocking your whole page, and now it allows the user to start interacting with the UI without waiting for everything to load. And you've moved fetching down to the components that need it, thus isolating parts of your routes that should be dynamic in preparation for partial pre-rendering. In the next chapter, we'll look at 2 common patterns you might need to implement when fetching data, like search and pagination. Chapter 10 is complete. All right, on to chapter 11. All right, we are now in chapter 11. And chapter 11 is adding search and pagination. In the previous chapter, you improved your dashboard's initial loading performance with streaming. Now let's move on to the invoices page and learn how to add search and pagination. In this chapter, we'll cover topics, learn how to use Next.js APIs, search params, use path name, and use router, implement search and pagination using URL search params. All right, here we go. Starting code. Inside your dashboard invoices page, paste the following code. I'm just going to copy that whole thing. All right, so let's go to our invoices page. Where are we at? Invoices page here. We're going to just go ahead and paste that whole thing and save that. And then we're going to go back here to the tutorial and see what this code is doing. All right. Spend some time familiarizing yourself with the page and the component you'll be working with. The search allows you to use the search for specific invoices. Pagination allows you to navigate between pages for invoices, and the table displays the invoices. Your search functionality will span the client and the server. When the user searches for an invoice on the client, the URL params will be updated. Data will be fetched on the server, and the table will re-render the server with new data. That a little bit. All these components that they built for us already, which is a lot of the work is already done for us there. And yeah, all right. So we have your create invoice here. All right. So it seems clear enough. So why use URL search params? As mentioned above, you'll be using URL search params to manage the search state. This pattern may be new if you're used to doing it with client-side state. There are a couple of benefits of implementing search with URL params. Bookmarkable and shareable URLs. Since the search params are in the URL, a user can bookmark the current state of the application, including their search queries and filters for future referencing or sharing. Server-side rendering and initial load. URL params can be directly consumed on the server to render the initial state, making it easier to handle server rendering. Analytics and tracking. Having search queries and filters directly in the URL makes it easy for you to track user behavior without requiring additional client-side logic. Adding the search functionality. There are 3 Next.js client hooks that you'll use to implement the search functionality. Use search params allows you to access the parameter of the current URL. For example, the search params for this URL is dashboard invoice, then you have page 1, and you have query pending. Then we'll look at this, and we're looking for page 1 and query pending. Use path name lets you read the current URL path name. For example, the route is dashboard/invoices. Use path name would return dashboard/invoices. Use router enables navigation between routes within client components programmatically. There are multiple methods you can use. Here's a quick overview of the implementation steps. Capture the user's input. Update the URL with the search params. Keep the URL in sync in the input field. Update the table to reflect the search query. So step 1 is capture the user's input. Go to the search component, search.tsx, and you'll notice use client. This is a client component, which means that you can use event listeners and hooks. And then you have input, which is the search input. And then create a new search handle function. or handle search function, create a new handle search function, and add onChange listener to the input. OnChange will invoke handle search whenever the input value changes. All right, so let's go to our search function. We're gonna do this handle search that'll fire onChange. So let's go to our VS Code. Let me see if I can just find search TSX. I'm not going to look for it in the folder structure there. We got our use client here, and then we're gonna have all of this stuff here. And there's our function that we'll be adding there for handle search, and then we're gonna add that to the input that we'll do onChange, right? So we're gonna go on change, and then let that autocomplete, and then we'll handle search, and then where's the value that we're going to be passing in there, because we got to pass in a param. So I'm getting some, let me see if this has anything here. So we're going to call the event. Okay, so it wants us to pass in a function there. So I'll just pass in a function. Just nope. And then we'll pass an event. And what is it? Is it like event target? What was it? Event target value? I think that's it. Yeah, that should be it. Event target value. Okay. So then we'll do that, and that looks good. No errors there. Test what is working correctly by opening your console, and then you should see it log it. All right, so let's go back there. Let's go here. We should see the invoices page now. And we see our search here, and we have our console open. So let's just go blah. There you go. You can see it's all. All right, so now we're on our invoices page, and we can see that when we enter stuff in this, our console's being updated every time we change and enter a new value. And if I delete it, you can see it all deletes. So that's working there. Awesome. All right, back to the tutorial. Update the URL with the search parameters. So import the use search parameters hook from Next navigation and assign it to a variable. Okay, so in that same search file, we're going to import this from Next navigation, and we're gonna set it as a variable and do all that good stuff. So let's do that real quick. Where are we? So search, we're gonna import that here, and then copy that, and then we were gonna do that, and then that, and then what was it? And then equals is that a wait? That's not a wait. All right, so there we got that. Let's see. All right, so we did that part. Inside handle search, create a new URL search params instance using the new search params variables. So here, so we're gonna create the search parameters using this constructor. Okay, so that's simple enough. So I should have just copied that. I'm gonna copy that. No point in typing all this stuff. So let's copy that. Go back to the VS Code, and then in this here, we're gonna just replace that, and then wait a minute. What did I screw up? Oh. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, because I'm not calling that search parameters in the function. Okay, duh. Okay. All right, there we go. Had that nested incorrectly and it was not in scope there. All right, so then that should do that, and let's see what else it wants us to do. So then now, as the web API provides utility methods for manipulating the URL query parameters instead of creating a complex string literal. You can use it to get the params like page. Okay. Next, set the param string based on the user's input. If the input is empty, you want it to delete. Okay, so here we have, so we're taking in the term. If the term is params, let's set query is term, and else is delete query. Okay, so all right, easy enough there. Now you have the query string. You can use Next.js, use router, and use path name hooks to update the URL. Import use router and use path name from navigation, and then replace the method from use router inside a handle search. Use the replace method. Okay, so we're gonna add that there, and then what does it want us to do here? So we're gonna create these two variables there. We're gonna add these two variables here, and then what's the next thing we're gonna do? We're gonna do replace. Okay, so we're doing this template literal here. Okay. All right, so replace the path name. All right, that looks good. All right, so here's a breakdown of what's happening. The path name is the current path, in your case, dashboard invoices. As the URL types into the search bar, params to string translates this input into a URL-friendly format. The replace path name params to string command updates the URL with the user's search data. For example, dashboard invoice query equals Lee. If the user's search for Lee, the URL is updated without reloading the page thanks to Next.js client-side navigation, which you learned about in the chapter of navigating between pages. Keep the URL and input in sync. To ensure that the input field is in sync with the URL and will be populated when sharing, you can pass the default value to input by reading from search params. Default value, we put this into our input. Where's our input? Okay, save that there, and pretty sure we're gonna have to check to make sure everything's working. Default value versus value, controlled versus uncontrolled. If you're using state to manage the value of an input, you'd use the value attribute to make a controlled component. This means React would manage the input state. However, since you're not using state, you can use default value. This means the native input will manage its own state. This is okay since you're saving the search query to the URL instead of state. All right, so updating the table. Finally, you'll need to update the table component to reflect the search query. Navigate back to the invoice page. Page components accept a prop called search param, so you can pass the current URL parameters to the table component. Where are we at? We are on the invoices page here, so we're gonna update this to take in search params as a prop, and then these will be optional. And then we'll do query, search params. Okay, so then let's just go add all this stuff to the invoices page now. So invoices, where is it? Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong invoices. There's invoices components there. All right, so here we are. So we want to add that here. I don't even remember what I'm doing because I got lost there. So we're gonna add that to this. I don't remember how I copied that. So I'm just going to replace Okay, there we go. That's what I was doing. That's what I wanted to do. All right, so now let's go back to the tutorial, see what the hell I got to do next. All right, so we added that, and then we're just going to add the suspense, and that's going to have a key of the query current page, and the fallback is going to be the skeleton, and then the table is taking in this query and then the current page. Okay, so we'll just add that real quick to the table component there. I don't even know if it's there. So it's under which div, the placeholder search invoices. Okay, just gotta see where I need to put this. Oh, here it is. It's already there. I just gotta uncomment it. Wonderful, they did most of the work for me. All right, so let's save that. Now all of this should just work like magic if all the code is correct. So let's hope that I didn't screw anything up. And you can see as I am updating that, you can see how it's updating up here, the query of Lee, and I can probably even type in Lee. If I do that, I bet you it'll work as well. But there you go. You can see that this is now working, and we have that working as we want it to be working, which is beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. All right, if you navigate to the table component, you'll see that the two props, query and current page, are passed into the fetch filtered invoices function, which is returning the invoices that matches the query. With these changes in place, go ahead and test it out. If you search for a term, you'll update the URL, which will send the new request to the server. The data will then be fetched, and only the invoices that match your query would be returned. When you use the use search params hook versus the search params prop, you might have noticed that you use two different ways to extract the search params. Whether you use one or the other depends on whether you're working on the client or the server. Search is a client component, so you can use search params hook to access the params from the client. Table is a server component that fetches data on its own, so you can pass the search params prop from the page component there. As a general rule, if you want to read the params from the client, use the use search params hook to avoid having it go back to the server. For best practices, debouncing. Congratulations, you've implemented search with Next.js, but there's something that you can do to optimize it. Inside your handle search function, add the following console log. All right, let's do that. Where's our handle search? And then just wanted it right there, searching term. Okay. And what else does it want us to do? Then type email into your search and check the DevTools to see what's happening. All right, so we got DevTools open. Okay. Yeah, I can see that it's doing that. Okay, yeah. You're updating the URL every keystroke and therefore querying your database on every keystroke. This isn't a problem as your application is small, but imagine if your application had thousands of users, each sending a new request to your database on each keystroke. Debouncing is a program that practice limit rates which the function can fire. In your case, you only want to query the database when the user has stopped typing. How debouncing works. Trigger event. When an event that should be debounced, like a keystroke in a search box, occurs, a timer starts. Wait. If a new event occurs before the timer expires, the timer is reset. Execution. If the timer reaches the end of its countdown, the debounce function is executed. You can implement debouncing in a few ways, including manually creating your own debounce function. To keep things simple, we'll use a library called useDebounce. So we got to import this library real quick. All right, we got that in there. What does it want us to do next? All right, so then we're going to go to our search component and we're going to import that there. All right, so where's our search component? We're still in there, and we're gonna import use debounce here, and then where are we gonna use that here? And then we are going to just add a new line. There's nothing there. The function will wrap the contents of the handle search and only run the code after a specific time has occurred. Now start typing your search again and see your dev tools is okay. Well, so now we're using, okay, so there it is. It's weird because they didn't really highlight the right code there, but I see what they're doing. All right, so we're gonna add that to the handle search. Where's this at? Handle search. Wait a minute. What was the syntax there? Handle search equals. Okay, so now I got to. All right, so I got to change that into an arrow function. You guys are making me work. Actually, I'm just gonna copy this. There we go. Let's screw that up. I broke something. Term arrow function that closes that. God damn it. Oh, I got to set the timer there. So there we go. That's what I'm missing. Okay, so now let's see what that does when we fire that. Let's look at our console. All right, yeah. So there's that delay down there at the bottom if you saw it down here. As I type, it's not doing it until I stop, and then it has that 3 millisecond delay. Cool, that's awesome. That's really neat. All right, this function will wrap the contents of handle search and will only run the code after a specific time has occurred, the 300 milliseconds. Or now type your search bar again, open your console. We already did that, and by debouncing, you can reduce the number of requests that you're sent to your database, thus saving resources. That's really nice. I like that. What problem does debouncing solve in the search feature? It helps prevent new database query on every keystroke. Next, we are adding pagination. After introducing the search feature, you'll notice that the table displays only 6 invoices at a time. This is because the fetch filtered invoices function in data.ts returns a maximum of 6 invoices per page. Adding pagination allows users to navigate through the different pages to view all invoices. Let's see how you can implement pagination using URL params, just like you did with search. Navigate to the pagination component, and you'll notice that the client component that it's a client component, and you don't want to fetch data on the client as you would expose your database secrets. Remember, you're not using an API layer. Instead, you can fetch the data on the server and pass it to the components as a prop. In the dashboard invoices page, import a new function called fetch invoices page and pass the query from the search params as an argument. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and copy this. We're gonna go to the invoices page now. Where is invoices page? That's the wrong invoice because I'm in the components. Invoices page. There we go. So we're gonna pass that. Looks like I'm already importing pagination there. So we're already gonna fetch the invoices page there. Let's go back to this and then see what we're gonna do here. Inside the page component, we're gonna put that asynchronous method in there, right underneath here. We're going to put that method right here. And let's see what else it wants us to do. Fetch invoices page returns the total number of pages based on the search query. For example, if there are 12 invoices that match the search query, each page displays 6 invoices, and the total number of pages would be 2. Next, pass the total pages prop into the pagination component. So it looks like that's right there. I think that might be commented out right now. So here it is. All right, so I just uncommented that. Your application will break temporarily as you haven't implemented the pagination logic yet. Let's do that now. Navigate to the pagination component, import the use path name and use search param hooks, and we'll use this to get the current page and set the new page. So we're gonna import that from Next navigation into the pagination component. There's that. And then let's see what the next step is. And then we are going to add these variables here. I'm just gonna say that's this. I don't know. I don't think it. I'm so confused. It says to comment that when you get to this point, but I'm not totally sure if we are at this point or not. So I'll wait for that. Let's go back to the tutorial and see what else I need to do. Next, create a new function inside the component called create page URL. Similar to the search, you'll use the URL search params to get the new page number and path name to create that. All right, so we're going to be creating a page URL function here, which takes a page number that can be a number or a string. And then we use the search params there, which are being passed in from where search params are coming from. Search params are right here. Use search params, and then we set the page to the number of the string and return the path name with the params. Okay, so let's copy that. Go back to VS Code, and then we're gonna paste that there. That's looking good so far. Let's go back to the tutorial. Here's a breakdown of what's happening. Create page URL creates an instance of the current search parameters. Then it updates the page parameters with the provided page number. Finally, it constructs the full URL using the path name and updated search params. The rest of the pagination component deals with the styling of different states, first, last, active, disabled. We won't go into detail for this course, but feel free to look through the code to see what create page URL, where create page URL is being called. Finally, when the user types in a new search query, you want to reset the page number to 1. You can do this by updating the handle search function in your search component. So now we are in the search component, and then we are going to be doing set params to page 1. So we're setting that in that component there. So let's go back to the search component, which is right here. And where was it doing that? It wanted that to be done here. So, right, was that here? Params.set page 1. When you're searching, yep, I think that's what you wanted to do because you got your params, and then you set the page to 1, and that's I think that's what we want. So let's double check the tutorial. Yeah, so this is looking good. Congratulations, you've just implemented search and pagination into the, to summarize, hold on, let's go make sure it's working, right? So here, let's just reload this page here. Oh, would you stop it? Let's reload this now. Hold on. What's this error? Let's make sure that everything's looking good here. Just for the sake of being safe, since I've updated so many things recently, I'm gonna just kill that and reload this just to make sure that something funky's not happening, because I've been bit in the butt too many times by something like that before. So we do have a problem here though. Hydration failed because the initial UI does not match what was rendered on the server. I was getting an error, but I think it was because I had some weird parameters in there. In the URL, I cleared that and the error's gone. That works. All right, so I mean that looks good, but I'm not seeing my pagination here, people. Where is it? What am I missing? I'm missing something. I'm missing something. I don't think I'm at this point yet because I'm getting an error when I'm commenting that. Oh well, would you look at that? Maybe I need to actually comment out the damn component itself. I don't know how many times this has happened to me, but so this is funny. So I'm getting an error. I don't know if they updated this course or something. So where's current page? So, oh, because this needs to be called there. There we go. I was trying to call it before it was declared. Okay, so that should fix that. All right, so we're good now. We're good now. This should be working. Let's double check. Hey, all right. All right, nice, nice, nice. All right, that's working. Great. Beautiful. Congratulations. You've just implemented search and pagination using URL params and Next.js APIs. To summarize, in this chapter, you've handled search and pagination with URL search parameters instead of client state. You've fetched data on the server, and you're using the use router hook for smoother client-side transitions. These patterns are different from what you may have used when working with client-side React, but hopefully you now better understand the benefits of using URL search params and lifting this state into the server. Hey, chapter 11's done. Nice. On to chapter 12. All right, so we are on chapter 12. We're getting real close to finishing this. I'm actually looking forward to finishing this because this is actually taking me a lot longer than I expected it to. But hey, I'm learning. I'm learning a lot. I hope you guys are learning too. If you're enjoying this, drop a comment down below. Let me know what you think of this course. I'm really liking it so far, and I'm liking Next.js. I think it's pretty damn cool. Chapter 12, Mutating Data. In the previous chapter, you implemented search and pagination using URL search params and Next.js APIs. Let's continue working on the invoices page by adding the ability to create, update, and delete invoices. Yeah, we're getting into a little bit of CRUD here. All right, in this chapter, here are the topics we'll cover. What React server actions are and how to use them to mutate data, how to work with forms and server components, best practices for working with native form data object, including type validation, how to revalidate the client cache using the revalidate path API, how to create dynamic route segments with specific IDs, how to use React's use form status hook for optimistic updates. There's a lot of good stuff here. So what are server actions? React server actions allow you to run asynchronous code directly on the server. They eliminate the need to create API endpoints to mutate your data. Instead, you write asynchronous functions that execute on the server and can be invoked from the client or the server components. Security is a top priority for web applications as they can be vulnerable to various threats. This is where server actions come in. They offer an effective security solution protecting against different types of attacks, securing your data, and ensuring authorized access. Server actions achieve this through techniques like post request, encrypted closures, script input checks, error message hashing, and host restrictions, all working together to significantly enhance your app's safety. Using forms with server actions. In React, you can use the action attribute in the form element to invoke actions. The action will automatically receive native form data object containing the captured data. For example, in this server component here, you have your asynchronous function, which creates and it takes in form data type there, and you have your use server right here, and then your logic to mutate the data. And then here you call your create on the form when the form action happens. All right. An advantage of invoking a server action within a server component is progressive enhancement. Forms work even if JavaScript is disabled on the client. That is pretty cool. All right, so Next.js with server actions. Server actions are also deeply integrated into the Next.js caching. When a form is submitted through a server action, not only can you use the action to mutate data, but you can also revalidate the associated cache using APIs like revalidate path and revalidate tag. It's time for a quiz. What's one benefit of using a server action? Improves SEO, progressive enhancement, faster web apps, data encryption. Oh, I got it wrong. That's my first one. Progressive enhancement is what? There we go. Okay. I got one wrong. Let's see how it works together. Creating an invoice. Here are the steps you'll take to create a new invoice. Create a form to capture your user's input. Create a server action to invoke it from the form. Inside your server action, extract the data from the form data object. Validate and prepare the data to be inserted into your database. Insert the data and handle any errors, and revalidate cache and redirect the user back to the invoices page. So first, we're going to create a new route and form, and we're going to do this inside the invoices folder. and we're going to add a new route called create with a page.tsx file. All right, let's get to it. So we're going to go into our app, dashboard, invoices, and in here, we're going to create a new folder called create. And in that folder, we're going to create a new page, or a new file, I'm sorry, named page.tsx. And then in that TSX file, we are going to do what here? Here you'll be using the route to create a new invoice inside your page. Paste the following code and spend some time studying it. I'm just going to paste it, and then we can look at it in VS Code. So, all right, so let's paste that in there. This looks fairly simple. Let me format it a little bit. All right, so here, what do we got here? All right, so this is the main div here. We've got some breadcrumbs that are going to probably display at the top there that show the paths that we're on there. And then we have a form that is going to be here. And this is just calling the form component and the breadcrumbs component here. All right, that's fairly straightforward here. In this, we got an asynchronous function here being called for customers, which is going to fetch the customers. All right, that's pretty straightforward. Let's go back to the course now. Your page is a server component that fetches customers. It passes in the form component. To save time, we've already created the form component for you. Navigate to the form component and you'll see the form. It has two select drop-down elements, customers and status, has one input element for the amount and type of number, and it has one button type submit. So if we go to this path here, we can see that now. So let's go there real quick, and we're gonna go. It was invoices, right? And then it was create, and then we should be able to see this form now. Here we go. So we got the two drop downs, which have the customers that are being called from the database and populated by that call there. We have an amount, and then we have statuses that we can check there, which is nice. It looks just like how it should. And now we're going to create a server action here. Now we will create our server action, and this is going to be called when the form is submitted. So navigate to your lib directory and create a new file called actions.ts. At the top of this file, add the React use server directive. Okay, so app lib, and we're going to create actions, and we're going to add use server to it. Okay, easy enough. So let's go back to VS Code. We're going to go to our lib. We're going to create a new file. What was it called? Actions. Let's try that again. New file, actions.ts, and then we're just going to use the use server directive there, and I think that's it. That's pretty straightforward there. Format that, and let's go back to the tutorial now. All right, so that looks good. By adding the use server, you marked all the exported functions with the file as server functions. These server functions can be imported into the client and server components, making them extremely versatile. You can also write server actions directly inside server components by adding use server inside the action. But for this course, we'll keep them all organized in a separate file. Separation of concerns, right? That's what I'm talking about. In your actions file, create a new async function that accepts form data. So we're going to create this empty function here that takes in some form data, and we're just going to slap that in there. Let's slap it in there. Come on, slap it right here. Slap. All right. All right, easy peasy. Let's go back to the tutorial, see what else is next. Then in your form component, import the create invoice from your actions.ts and add the action attribute to the form. So we're just going to be pulling in that create invoice there in that create form. Wait a minute. Do I already have that component? I hope they already have that component for me. In your form component. I'm confused because this is named create form. I don't like that. So whatever, we'll find it. Form. Let's look for form. See, so it's in the create form. So in this component, we are going to import that create invoice there, and then what are we gonna do with that? We're gonna add the form action to the form, and we're gonna create invoice on the form. Okay, so where's our form here? Nice and easy. Boom. Simple. Let's go back here. Good to know. In HTML, you'd pass a URL to the action attribute. This URL would be the destination where your form data should be submitted, usually an API endpoint. However, in React, the action attribute is considered a special prop, meaning React builds on top of it to allow actions to be invoked rather than calling an API explicitly. You can pass a function into action. Okay. Behind the scenes, server actions create a post API endpoint, and this is why you don't need to create API endpoints manually when using server actions. That's pretty cool. It's kind of just smart auto magic for you, so you don't have to do it. 3, we're going to extract the data from form data. Back in your actions TS file, you'll need to extract the values of your form data. There are a couple of methods that you can use. For this example, let's use the get name method. All right, so this is our create invoice, right? And we're just gonna add all this to it. And we got our raw form data. So we're gonna, from form data that's being passed into this create invoice, we're gonna get the customer ID. For customer ID, we're gonna get the amount for amount, we're gonna get the status for status, and then we're gonna console log all of that to make sure that it works. If you're working with forms and many fields, you may want to consider using entries method in JavaScript object, form entries, for example, console object, form entries for, okay. So let's just go ahead and do this, copy that. We're gonna go back to that create invoice, or is it, or damn it, now I've got too many things going on here. I'm lost. Where's all my crap? Actions, there we go. Okay, so now we're just gonna replace that with this and then save that. And now you should see this stuff console log with this get if I actually do everything right. So wait a minute, but no, but that's not the right form. That's the other form. You know what? I'm not gonna, let me follow the tutorial before I get ahead of myself again and get lost, because I did that earlier trying to be all smart and stuff. So let's go back to the tutorial. All right, here we go. To check everything is connected correctly, go and try out the form. After submitting, you should see the data that you just entered logged in the terminal. Oh, that's because I'm not, no, wait a minute. That's the right place. Here, it's supposed to take, let's just do 100, and then we'll select paid. I'm not getting anything. Oh, wait, it's a server action. So, duh. So it's a server action. I'm not going to see it in the client side, but here is the console log of what I just entered. As you can see, it's right there because it's logging on the server side, not the client side. Don't make that mistake like I just did. All right. So back to the tutorial. See that that's working. Now validate and prepare the data. Before sending the form data to your database, you want to ensure that it is correct format and has the correct types. If you remember from earlier in this course, your invoices table expects data from the following format. That's right. So that's our invoice type there. So we want an ID, we need a customer ID, we got an amount, we got a status, and we have a string for date. All right. So far, you only have a customer ID, amount, and status from the form. Type validation and coercion. It's important to validate that the data from your form aligns with the expected types in your database. For instance, if you add a console log inside your action, is type of raw form amount, you'll notice that the type of string is not a number, and this is because input elements of type number actually return a string, not a number. Thank you, JavaScript. To handle the type validations, you have a few options. While you can manually validate types using the type validation library, you can save some time and effort. For example, we'll use Zod, a TypeScript first validation library that can simplify this task for you. All right, cool. Let's check out Zod. In your actions file, import Zod and define a schema that matches the shape of your form object. This schema will validate the form data before saving it to the database. All right, so let's import the Zod and this schema. I'm just going to copy all of this. Yep, we're going to copy all that. And we're going to go back here. We're just going to paste that right there. Oh, yeah, that looks good. All right. That looks good. Let's go back to the tutorial there. The amount field is specifically set to coerce change from the string to a number. That's cool. All right. And then you can pass your raw form data to new invoice and validate types. Okay. So now inside of that create invoice, I am going to parse this here. What did I do wrong? Wait a minute. What did I screw up? I screwed something up. No, I didn't screw that up, but let's see what I did, because that doesn't exist anymore. That, and then, all right, so that looks better. Now let's go back to this. So storing values in cents. It's usually good practice to store monetary values in cents in your database to eliminate JavaScript floating point errors and ensuring greater accuracy. Let's convert the amounts into cents. So I'm going to add that there. Should go right here. All right, now what's next? All right, creating new dates. So now we're going to create a date, and we're going to do all this good stuff to massage that date into a format that we want. All right, so let's go in here, and then we're going to take that date. We're going to do that. Now let's go back and see what else it wants us to do. Inserting your date into the database. So now we're going to import SQL from Vercel Postgres here. And then we're going to do an await SQL here, and we're going to insert all this stuff there that we just got from the form here. All right, sweet. So let's go back there. Let's, where am I? I'm lost here. We're going to import that there, and then let me go copy the rest of this query, and then we're going to do there. And then where did I want that? I wanted that here. Now we're just gonna do that and clean that up a little bit. All right, that's looking good. That's looking good. Let's go back to the tutorial. See what else I need here. Right now, we are not handling any errors. We'll do it in the next chapter. For now, let's move on to the next step. Revalidate and redirect. Next.js has client-side routing cache. This that stores the route segments in the user's browser for a time. Along with prefetching, this cache ensures that users can quickly navigate between routes while reducing the number of requests made to the server. Since you are uploading the data displayed in the invoices route, you want to clear the cache and trigger a new request to the server. You can do this with revalidate path function from Next.js. Okay, so we're going to import that at the top there. All right. There's a lot of auto magic in Next.js, which is nice until something breaks. Let's see. And then we're going to revalidate path down there. Save that, and that looks good. Is that where it wanted it? Yep. Okay, so that looks good. Once the database has been updated, the dashboard invoices path will be revalidated and the fresh data will be fetched from the server. At this point, you also want to redirect the user back to the dashboard invoices page. And to do this, we can do the redirect function from Next.js. All right, so now we're going to redirect. So after they submit the form, we revalidate the path and then we redirect them. All right, so let's go in here. Let's insert this from navigate. It's the same thing. We just do that, redirect there. And that's where we're taking them afterwards. So that looks good too. What's the next step? Congratulations, you've just implemented your first server action. Yeah, nice. Test it out by adding a new invoice. If everything is working correctly, you should be redirected to the dashboard invoices route on submission, and you should see the new invoice at the top of the table. Okay, so let's go in here. Let's enter this. You know what? Let me just reload it real quick. Let's select a customer. We're going to go with Lee Robinson there. He's familiar. We're going to make it all threes. And you know what? Lee's a stand-up guy. I'm sure he paid. So let's create that invoice. Should redirect us. And there it is, right at the top of the page with our date in a nice readable format. We have our amount and we have Lee Robinson there. Perfect. Everything's working. Great. We just did our first server action. Hooray. What's the next step? Updating an invoice. The updating invoice form is similar to the create invoice form, except you'll need to pass the invoice ID to update the record in your database. Let's see how you can get and pass the invoice ID. These are the steps you'll take to update an invoice. Create a new dynamic route segment with the invoice ID, read the invoice ID from the page params, fetch the specific invoice from your database, pre-populate the form with the invoice data, update the invoice data in your database. So, step one is going to be create a dynamic route segment with the invoice ID. Next.js allows you to create dynamic route segments when you don't know the exact segment name and want to create routes based on data. This could be blog post titles, project pages, etc. You can create dynamic route segments by wrapping a folder's name in square brackets, for example, ID, post, or slug. In your invoices folder, create a new dynamic route called ID and then a new route called edit with a page.tsx file. And your file structure should look like this. So invoices, we're going to have the brackets around ID, and then we're going to have edit and a page there. Okay. So let's go to invoices, new folder, do ID. And then in there, we're going to create a new folder, edit, and in there we're going to create a new file, .tsx. I believe that's what it should look like. Let's just make sure that I did that right. Yep, so we have ID, we have edit, and we have page. All right, so that looks good. That looks good. In your table component, notice that there is an update invoice button that receives the invoice's ID from the table records. So we have that update invoice here. I'm going to go make sure it's there. So this is in my invoices table. So here's that. That's there. All right. Looks good. Looks good. All right. So that's there. Let's go back to this. Navigate to your update invoice component and update the href of the link to accept an ID prop. You can use template literals to link the dynamic route segments. Okay. So we'll go to that. And this is invoices buttons component. So it's right here. I see it. I'm not going to search it because I see it. And then we are going to do a template literal there. And then we're passing the ID right here. There's that prop there. All right, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Read the invoice ID from the page params. Back on your page component, paste the following code in here. Okay, so now we're going to that new page component that I created inside ID edit, and we're just going to copy all of this stuff. It's a lot of stuff. So here's that empty file. Paste that there. I can see I have some errors already. That's lovely. I'm just gonna save that and blow up the compiler and throw all those errors. And it says, notice how it's similar to your create invoice page, except it imports a different form from the edit form TSX file. This form should be pre-populated with a default value for a customer's name, invoice amount, and status. To pre-populate the form fields, you need to fetch the specific invoice using ID. In addition to search params, page components also accept a prop called params, which you can use to access the ID. Update your page component to receive this prop. And that must be where those errors were coming from. So now we're gonna update the page component with this. Just take that there. There we go. I'm still getting some errors down there from that other stuff, but that's okay. Let's keep moving through the tutorial. I'm sure those errors will go away. And here we go. We got invoice and stuff, and that's where that's going to come in. So then on step 3, to fetch the specific invoice, we're going to import a new function called fetch invoice by ID and pass it an ID as an argument. And then we're going to import fetch customers to fetch the customer name from the dropdown. You can use promise all to fetch both the invoice and the customers in parallel. So we're going to take those fetch methods that we were using on the dashboard, and we're going to use those in our edit. We're already on. So let me just replace this then. All right, so there's that. And then what was the next step that they want us to do? So there's that. I just pasted that here. And then the next step that they want us to do is create this variable, fetching that, and doing the promise all for invoice and customers. All right, great. This is coming along real nicely. All right, great. Now test everything is wired correctly. Visit the dashboard invoices and click on the pencil to edit an invoice. All right, so let's go to our dashboard. We're on our invoices page. I just did a refresh real quick, and we'll go ahead and edit this invoice. Maybe I charged Lee a little too much, so we're gonna just make that even hundo, but he didn't pay, so we're gonna change that there, and then we're gonna edit that invoice. And now this should redirect us. No, because this is a different. This isn't create. This is edit. So we don't have the redirect in place or anything like that. And the amount is the same, so it fetched the amount. So nothing updated, but we are on this page and everything is here. So what's the next step? Yeah, because everything is populated. So that whole point was to make sure that it was actually fetching the data there. So it should be updated as follows. The URL should also be updated. Yes, so the URL does have their unique ID in there, and it has the customer ID and all of that stuff. Beautiful. Okay, so that all worked. Nice. Just how we wanted it to. We use UUIDs instead of incrementing keys. This makes the URL longer. However, GUIDs eliminate the risk of ID collision and are globally unique and reduce the risk of enumeration attacks. Yep. Pass the ID to the server action. Lastly, you want to pass the ID to the server action so that you can update the right record in your database. You cannot pass the ID as an argument. You can not pass the ID as an argument like so. Instead, you can pass the ID to the server action using JS bind. This will ensure that any values passed into the server action are encoded. So in form edit, we're going to import this update invoice from actions that we have here. So we're going to form edit. Where the hell is where is that? Is this it? Oh, damn it. Invoices edit form. Okay, so yeah, so we're in here. I'm going to import this update invoice. Why are you giving me? Is that not the path? Wait a minute. What's going on here? So we are invoices edit form.tsx. Is that not the right? Am I not in the right place here? So This is invoices, edit form.tsx. Okay, well, what's going on? Oh, you guys are throwing an error for it not being used? That doesn't make sense. Has no export member updated. Okay. So why? Where's the export? Oh, because I haven't created it yet. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, well, let's get back to the tutorial. Again, getting ahead of myself. I'm going to have to create that. But here, let's just do what it's telling us to do here. So I'm going to add this to that. See now I'm lost here because I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm doing stuff, that I shouldn't be doing. So that's that. We import that there, or we create that there and use that bind there. And then what are we doing here? And then we're just updating the form action for the edit form there. Where's that form? We're just going to add that here. And that's all good, except I don't have that method yet because that has not been created yet. And I know it's throwing an error, but that's okay because I'm sure that's going to be the next step. Yep, here we go. So using a hidden input field in your form also works. Input hidden name, value, invoice ID. However, the values will appear in full text in the HTML source, which is not ideal since sensitive data like IDs. Yeah, so you don't want to do that. Then your actions, we're going to add this update invoice, which is going to use Zod. So we're going to create this inside form actions. So this is going to be pretty much everything like the create was. You have it updating all the invoice here. You're getting all that. And then you update instead of create on the SQL query. And you kind of pass in all that same stuff. Then you revalidate and then you redirect. So it's pretty much doing the same thing, except we are updating instead of creating. And I'm just going to go and update that now. So where was I in our actions? I'm going to import this. Oh, there you go. And then I am going to create the update here. Copy that and then go back here and then create update there. And now that should be all happy and it should work. And I shouldn't have any more errors. And then similarly to the create invoice action, here you are extracting the data from form data. You are validating the types with Zod. You are converting the amounts to cents. You're passing the variables to your SQL query. You're calling revalidate path to clear the client cache and make a new server request. And then you are redirecting to redirect the user to the invoices page. Don't forget to import the update invoice action into your form component. I thought I did, but let's double check. Yep. So right. So we should be good. Everything should be working. Let's double check. Let's do a quick reload here. We should see Lee Robinson. We're gonna update this to 100, and we're gonna change it to pending. We're gonna edit the invoice, and oh snap! There we go. We got an error. So what is it? You know what? Let me restart the server real quick and go back here. I'm gonna run that, and let's go back here. I'm gonna reload this. Oh, that's gonna crash again. Let's just go to invoices and then go from there. All right, let's go back to invoices. All right, so we're back on invoices. We've reloaded this. Let's edit this one. Make sure that I didn't screw anything up. We're gonna change this to 1,000, and we're gonna change it to pending. We're going to edit. Ah, no. What is going on? All right. Are you serious? That's what it was missing? Like that's what the issue was? So yeah, so I just went through a whole bunch of debugging trying to figure out what I did wrong here. If you come across this issue, I don't know if I missed a step or what, but here in this particular line that it tells you to copy from the tutorial on the update invoice invoice schema omit, it just has you pass in the date of true, but I realized that when I was looking at it in VS Code and I was looking at the create method or the create invoice using that invoice schema, I noticed that it that one had ID true, and I did the same thing here. I ended up putting ID true on this one and it resolved the error. Now I'm not sure if like, maybe it's breaking something under the hood that I'm not aware of, but I'm not getting the error and the crash that I was getting from the database, and it did update everything and everything looks like it's working correct. And like this works now. And if I update this, that might be too big of an amount. But let me go update Lee Robinson and change him to paid and just change this to like 355, and now I edit and you can see it updated it and it's working. So yeah, I just spent a whole bunch of time trying to figure out what was going on there, and it seems like adding ID true to this fix that, which is pretty frustrating. So now we're moving on to deleting an invoice here. To delete an invoice using the server action, wrap the delete button in a form element and pass the ID to the server action using bind. So it's pretty much the same thing we did with the edit. So we're going to import that delete invoice, which we haven't created yet, but we're going to import that into the edit form. Or I'm sorry, it's the buttons component for invoices. And then we're going to pass that in here. Or we're going to import it here. Sorry. Wait, I'm lost. God damn it, I'm lost again. Hold on. Where am I going? So invoices buttons. So in the, oh, it's in the right spot. Invoices buttons. We're going to import that delete forms there. So here we're going to import that. And then in the delete invoice, what we're going to do there is we are going to change this to we're going to do that, and then we're going to change this fragment to a form component there, and then we're going to give that an action. And that action, we're going to pass that. I'm guessing I'm going to have to import form because it doesn't like that. Hold on. Oh, because it's not a fragment. It's just an HTML form. And then we're going to go back. I just got to make sure that I'm doing all of this right. So then we're giving that action, then we're just going to delete invoice on there. And that sounds about right there. So we'll save that, and that's to delete that. So that should work there. Now inside the actions, we're going to create a new action called delete invoice, which, look, that one's got the ID true. See, I'm thinking that they just screwed up on that, and and that caused an error, which is frustrating when you're doing a course to learn something and then you come across an error like that and can't figure out what the hell's going on. So then I'm gonna go ahead and copy that, go back into VS Code, and we're gonna go to the actions. We're going to add that here. Wait, what did I not copy last time? What's going on? Why is it telling me that? What? This is so screwed up. Okay. So now I know for sure there's some weirdness going on here. So it's got form schema, which we were never told to like create a form schema. Like I don't even know where it's getting form schema from. On update invoice here. Am I just making a mistake here, or is this all screwed up? So then, like, we did the update invoice. I fixed that when I was getting that error, and now we're doing the delete invoice. And in the actions, where I'm at now, we're going to create a new action called delete invoice, right? Which is this here. But what is this form schema? This was never done anywhere else, and that one's for update invoice. So whatever, I'm just gonna create this function because I think this is just all screwed up. Somebody messed this up in their in this tutorial, I think, unless I'm totally missing something. I don't know, but here I'm gonna create the delete invoice method there. Call that good. Now that should be getting called in there now, and since this action is being called in the path, you don't need to call redirect, and it will calling revalidate path will trigger a new server, so it'll re-render the table. So now this delete button should work here. So I'm just gonna reload that, and now I'm just gonna delete that first one. There we go, it's gone. So that worked. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong in the tutorial here that they screwed up. In this chapter, you learned how to use server actions, mutate data. You also learned how to use the revalidate path API to revalidate Next.js cache and redirect your user to a new page. You can also read more about security with server actions for additional learning. You've completed chapter 12. Chapter 12 has been the biggest pain in my ass. There's definitely some issues with their code snippets here. After I edit this chapter, I don't know how long it will be, but just to let you know, I was recording for a whole hour on this chapter, actually an hour and 2 minutes. So there was a lot of debugging that went on behind the scenes to figure out why it was causing an error when I was editing. And if you need to resolve that error, it's because they have the wrong code snippet here, and this particular update invoice from the invoice schema needs to include the ID true, just like it did with the create. So on to chapter 13. All right, now that we are done with chapter 12, here's chapter 13. I'm starting to lose my voice. I also got a little bit of a cold, and I really just want to get done with this. But we're almost there. So chapter 13 is handling errors. In the previous chapter, you learned how to mutate data with server actions. Let's see how you can handle errors gracefully using JavaScript's try-catch statements and Next.js's APIs. In this chapter, we are going to do these following topics: how to use the special error.tsx file to catch errors in your route segments, and to show a fallback UI to the user, and how to use the not found function and not found file to handle 404 errors for resources that don't exist. Adding try-catch to server actions. First, let's add JavaScript's try-catch statements to your server actions to allow you to handle errors gracefully. If you know how to do this, spend a few minutes updating your server actions, or you can copy the code below. We can do that real quick. How many server actions do I have? For the sake of the tutorial, let's just look at this so I don't have to go in there and try to figure it out myself, because I'm getting tired and it's kind of late. And even though it'd be quick, it's a lot quicker to just copy and paste this. So as you can see, we're going to wrap the SQL query with a try catch, returning an error and an error message if that error happens. And that's as simple as that. So this is going to go into all of them. Particularly this one is going into the create invoices. So we're going to just add that real quick to create invoices. Where is create invoices? So basically just wrapping this with the try catch. There's a try catch there. And then we can do the same thing here. I'm just going to copy this and then just add that there. And then we're going to do try and add that there. Delete that. And then the error is going to say failed to update invoice. And then we're going to do this last one here. And we'll just try and then do that, move this into that, and then if it fails there, we do catch, error, and then what's the message that we want to return? We're just going to copy that, and then return the message failed to delete invoice. All right, so there's all our try catches. Now we should handle that gracefully. Oh, what am I doing? All right, so let's go back to the tutorial. And these are going to be all the solutions for that. You can see it's all the same thing, just wrapping the different server calls that we are, wait, do we want to return? So it seems on the delete, they want us to return a message of this deleted. So let's just add that to follow this to a T so that we have everything exactly how they're asking for it. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, so there. All right, so that's where that needs to be. All right. All right, so let's get back to the tutorial. Note how redirect is being called outside of the try catch. This is because the redirect works by throwing an error and would be caught in the catch block. To avoid this, you can call redirect after your try catch, and the redirect would only be reachable if the try is successful. Now let's check what happens when an error is thrown in your server action. All right, so in your lib actions, we're going to throw a new error, failed to delete invoice. This is going to be in the delete right at the top there. So that's what it wants us to do. And then this is unreachable. When you try to delete an invoice, you see an error on your local host. Okay, so for the sake of trying this, let's make sure I save that. I'm saving all this. Let's go here now. I'm going to reload this page, and now we should just get an error. Yeah, there's the error, and it says failed to delete invoice. Got it. Now let's just reload that. Go back to the tutorial, see what the hell it wants us to do next. And then seeing those errors are helpful when you're developing, and you can catch specific problems and also want to show errors that the user avoid interrupt failure and allow your application to continue running. This is where Next.js error TSX file comes in, handling all errors with error TSX. All right, so this file can be used to define the UI boundary in the route segment. It serves for a catch-all for unexpected errors and allows you to display fallback UI to your users inside your dashboard invoices folder. Let's create a file called errors TSX and add the following code. So now let's go to our invoices folder here. Where am I? Invoices, and then I'm just going to add this file. Errors.tsx, add that, and then paste that, and then save that. And now let's go back. I'm guessing now when I run that and we do this, there's a few things to notice about the code above. It uses use client. It needs to be a client component, and it accepts two props. The error is the object of the instance of JavaScript native error object, and the reset is a function to reset the error boundary when executed to re-render the route segment. When you try to delete the invoice again, you should see the following UI. All right, let's see if it worked. I'm going to reload that real quick, and we're going to hit that. And no, it didn't work. You son of a... What did I miss? What did I miss? I got the error there. Let's just restart that browser one more time there and see. Let's go back to our invoices. Let's try that again. Son of a bitch. Okay, so why is that not catching it? Did I put it in the wrong spot? Invoices. Oh, you see, it's always a little stupid thing like that. So I named that file incorrectly. It's error.tsx. So now everything should be good since I named it correctly. And now let's see if this error, reload it real quick just to make sure. I know it reloaded, but whatever. Boom, there we go. We've got an error. We've got an error in the console, and now we got the try again there that reroutes us. Perfect. So that's working. Awesome. Great. Lovely. What's next? Handling 404 errors with the not found function. Another way you can handle errors gracefully is by using the not found function. While error TSX is useful for catching all errors, not found can be used for when you try to fetch a resource that doesn't exist. For example, visit this URL here, and it's a fake, and you'll immediately see the error.tsx. So we'll go there. Yeah, so here's our error. Okay, and then it's the fake UUID. You'll immediately see the file. However, you want to be more specific. You want to be more specific and show a 404 error. It tells a resource that hasn't been found. You can confirm the resource is not found by answering that. So you can confirm a resource hasn't been found in your fetch resource by ID. So this is, all right, well, I don't want that. All right, so it wants us to enter or add this console log. I'm going to skip that. I don't need that console log there. I'm not going to waste my time with that right now. Now that you know the invoice doesn't exist in your database, you use the not found to handle it. And then what we do is we import not found into from Next navigation, and we can use this to invoke the not found. Okay, great. Okay, so basically we go back to that edit page. And then what we want to do is then we're going to, right after the first promise here, if not invoiced, then we return the not found method. And then perfect. The page will now throw an error specific to the invoice not being found. And to show an error UI to the user, create a not found TSX inside the error folder. Okay, so we added that if not invoiced, then not found, and we throw that error. And now the page will throw an error if a specific invoice isn't found. To show the error UI, create a not found TSX file inside the edit folder. So now we go back to VS Code. We go into this edit folder, and here we're going to do not found.tsx, and in that we're going to say we got to return it. But hold on, let me just make sure I'm doing the right thing here. Let's go back to the tutorial. So yeah, I created that, and now we're going to paste this whole pretty little not found page that they create for us here right into the new file that we created, and save that. And then now when we go back here and we try to find that same invoice, oh, it already updated. So now we got a little sad face there and the not found, and then we can go back. Awesome. All right, that was pretty straightforward there. And then if we refresh the route, you'll see that it shows us that UI, and it's something to keep in mind. Not found will take precedence over error, so you can reach out when you want to handle errors more specifically. Time to take a quiz. Which file in Next.js serves a catch-all as an unexpected error for your route segments? Error TSX. Yay, we just learned that. For further reading, we can learn more about error handling in Next.js and check out the following documentation. Cool. Chapter 13 is done. Yeah, we're almost there. All right, we're on chapter 14, improving accessibility. Accessibility. In the previous chapter, we looked at how to catch errors, including 404 errors, and display a fallback to the user. However, we still need to discuss another piece of the puzzle, form validation. Let's see how to implement server-side validation with server actions, and how you can show form errors using use form state hook, while keeping accessibility in mind. All right, in this chapter, we are going to cover how to use ESLint plugin JSX. I always forget how you say this. It's not ally. It's like A11. I forget. There's some cute little way to say that, but that's accessibility basically. With Next.js to implement accessibility best practices, how to implement server-side form validation, and how to use React use form state hook to handle form errors and display them to the user. So what is accessibility? Accessibility refers to designing and implementing web applications that everyone can use, including those with disabilities. It's a vast topic that covers many areas such as keyboard navigation, semantic HTML, images, colors, videos, etc. While we won't go in depth into accessibility on this course, we'll discuss the accessibility features available in Next.js and some common practices to make your application more accessible. If you'd like to learn more about accessibility, we recommend that you the Learn Accessibility course by WebDev. So using the ESLint accessibility plugin in Next.js. By default, Next.js includes ESLint plugin to help catch accessibility issues early. For example, this plugin warns if you have images without alt tag text, also the ARIA labels and the role attributes incorrectly, and more. Let's see how it works. And the next line is a script in your JSON package. So we want to add this to our scripts here, and go to our VS Code, go to our package JSON, and then add that a little comma here, and then add that next lint, save that, and then I'm guessing it's going to have us run it. All right, so let's run that real quick. I got my terminal all squished up down there. Here's my other terminal. So it's npm run lint, and then we're running the lint there, and it says no ESLint warnings or errors. Yeah, that's good. All right, so what's the next step there? You should see the following warnings. Well, I didn't see this warning, so I don't know what's going on, but let's see. Invoices, warning for line column. All right, so does that not have an alt tag? Let's go see. So that's invoices on table TSX. Let's look for that file, table CSX in invoices. Is that what it was? It was 45. There's no image there, so it wasn't that one. What was it? It was invoices table. Yeah, line 45. You know what? I formatted this, so is there an image? So I formatted this, and I'm not sure if so that has an alt tag. So all the images on this have an alt tag, but here, for the sake of this exercise, I am going to remove this, and then just apparently it wants something in there. But all right, so then that's a blank string. Now let's rerun that and see if I get an error. You gotta love it, right? How about we just don't have the tag at all? Oh no, now it's like, no, you got a warning. So they're gonna give me a warning in here. It won't give me a warning, so it doesn't have that. So I should get a warning now because I can see the linter is throwing a warning here. There we go. All right, so that's what we should get. So I don't know. I'm in the right file. It didn't throw the error initially, but I made it throw the error now. And what does it want us to do as part of the tutorial? So you need to add that, and then now you should run it. Okay, so I feel like I just did all this, but backwards. So you saw that. Just for the sake of the exercise, we'll go ahead and put this back. I'll just Command Z, get my stuff back in there, save that, rerun this npm lint, and then now you can see there's no errors down here. All right, beautiful. That's working. Let's see. All right, improving form accessibility. There are 3 things we're already doing to improve accessibility in our form. Semantic HTML, using semantic elements like input, option, etc. instead of just div. Don't use divs everywhere. Use semantic HTML is what they tell you to do, but nobody ever does. This allows assistive technology to focus on input elements and provide appropriate contextual information to the user, making the form easier to navigate and understand. Labeling, including label for the HTML4 attributes, and ensures that each form field has descriptive text label. This improves the assistive technologies support by providing context, and also enhances usability by allowing users to click on the label and focus on the corresponding form input fields. Bah. And then focus outline. The fields that are properly styled to show an outline when they are focused. This is critical for accessibility as visual indicators and active element on the screen, on the page, or whatever, helping both keyboard and screen reader users to understand where they are on the form. You can verify this by using tab. And I'm just going to go ahead and tab through this. You can see all the stuff being highlighted on the screen. I'll just keep tabbing. I got this open and might tab into that, but you can see as I tab into that, and then I tab into that, but it seems like the edit buttons aren't getting tabbed into, so that's broken. But that's the tabbing there. And then these practices lay a good foundation for making your forms more accessible to many users. However, they don't address validation and errors. Form validations. Go to invoice, create, and submit an empty form. What happens? So let's go create invoice here in our sweet little application. I'm going to open up my dev tools just in case there's any errors that I need. And then we get an error. We just get an error. That's terrible. All right, you get an error. And this is because you're sending an empty form value to the server action, and it prevents validating the form on the client for the server. So client-side validation. There are a couple ways that you can validate forms on the client. The simplest way would be to rely on form validations provided by the browser by adding the required attribute to the input and select element in the forms. For example, you just add required. And let's go ahead and do that real quick. Where the hell is that create form? There's a create form. Where's our inputs? Here we go. There's a required there. All right, so now we got the required in there. Let's go back to the form. Try again. Hey, now you got to enter a number here, people. You can't just be all willy-nilly doing whatever you want there. All right, so we did that, and we should see that. This approach is generally okay because ATs support browser validation, an alternative to client-side validation. Let's see how we can implement in the next section. For now, delete the required attributes if you added them. All right, well, I'll go delete them then. You just told me to add them. Now you want me to delete them. All right, so we went ahead and reverted back to that. Let's see. So server-side validation. By validating forms on the server, you can ensure that your data is in the expected format before sending it to the database. This reduces the risk of malicious users bypassing client-side validation and have one source of truth for what is considered valid data. This is good to do because you can cause database crashes if you send in the wrong stuff, and it's generally good to have server-side validation as well, but you could catch a lot of it with just client-side validation. In your create form TSX component, import the use form state hook from React DOM. Since use form state is a hook, you will need to turn your form into a client component using the use client directive. Remember that from earlier? So we got to add this. So in the create form, we got to go and we got to add the use client, and we got to add this import here. So let's go to the create form where we were just, is that where we were just at? Yeah, we were just at. So we already got use client there, and then we want to import that use form state there. So let's see what's next. So then invoices create form, we did that, use form. So inside the form component, use your use form state hook, takes two arguments, action and initial state, returns two values, state dispatch from the form state, and dispatch function similar to use reducer. Pass your create invoice action as an argument of use form state inside your form action attribute and call dispatch. Let's see here. So, so in the create form TSX, we want to do this, copy this, and then our action is gonna turn into dispatch. So let's go here and so here, and then we're gonna use dispatch here. All right, and then now we got create invoice and initial state, which I see create invoice, but it doesn't like that. It doesn't like that at all. Let's see what it's telling us to do here. Initial state can be anything you define. In this case, create an object with two empty keys, message and errors. So here's the initial state. Copy there and go back here. Okay, that's fine. And then validate form, update your invoice schema as follows. So customer ID. So, gosh, I'm just gonna copy this whole thing. There's a lot of little segments to copy, so I'm just gonna, just for the sake of keeping this easy on completing this damn tutorial that I've been working on all day, let's go for this invoice schema here. So now we're gonna just update that whole thing. There we go. Okay, so now that's some of our validation there. All right, so we got that. I wonder if I'm still having this create invoice error. I don't know why. And kind of sucks because I'm just not sure what the problem is. And I'm guessing that this is going to cause a bigger error down the line, which is going to be confusing, but hopefully it says something about that. So what we just did there is that we got SOD to throw an error if the customer field is empty. That's already doing that, but it adds a friendly message if a user doesn't select a customer. The amount, since it's coercing the amount to a type string to number, it'll default to 0 if the string is empty, and it tells Zod we always want the amount to be greater than 0 with the greater than function that they provide. And then the status, it already throws an error if the status field is empty, but it expects pending or paid. So it adds a friendly message if it doesn't have that. So that's what that's doing there. Here we go. So this is probably going to fix my create invoice error that I was getting here, because now it looks like that's going to be taken in state, which I don't think it was before. So now in the actions, we're going to create a type of state. See, I just need to be patient. So now we're going to go to actions. And then in actions, we're going to, up here, we're going to create a type of state. And then in the create invoice, what was I going to, I was going to add state here. State. And then it's type of state. Is that right? I think so. Hold on, did I screw that up? Let me make sure. It's previous state. Okay, so I'm taking previous state, and that's going to be state. And that's going to go in there. So that's what we want to name it. So back in the VS Code, we're going to go here, previous state, and save that. So now I think that other error should go away. In the create form, I've got too many things. Yeah. So now, there we go. So now my my error is gone there, which is nice. Let's go back to the actions. I'm going to close out some of this other stuff that I got open right now. And just keep the stuff that we're working on, because I'm getting lost with all those open files there. All right, so what are we doing? So we created that type in create invoice, and we updated create invoice to accept 2 parameters, and the new parameter that it's taking, because it had form data already, right? We were already taking form data. Is that right? I can't remember now. Yeah, we were already taking form data, the form data type, but now we're going to be taking in previous state, and we wanted that to be a type state. And the type state is structured like this, which is the errors. It has an errors object with the customer ID, amount, status, which are all optional, and then a message, which is also optional as well. The form data is the same as before, and the previous state contains a state passed from the use form state hook. You won't be using it in the action in this example, but it's a required prop. Then change Zod parse to Zod safe parse. All right, so let's see here. What we're doing is we're going to take that and we're going to put that here in validated fields, which I think we're going to swap this bad boy out right here and paste that to validated fields. And then now we got all kinds of stuff that's broken. All right, let's see. I'm sure it's going to have us update the rest of this stuff to get all that. The safe parse will return an object containing either a success or an error field, and will help handle validation more gracefully without having to put logic inside the try-catch block. Before sending the information to your database, check if the form fields were validated correctly with this conditional. So, okay, so we're basically gonna take this, and this is going to replace what we have there now, which... Is this in the create or in the update? God damn it, I'm lost now. This is in create. Okay, so we do that. So now it's... Oh, no, it's in the create. So then are we not using this anymore? I'm guessing. I'm just gonna go ahead and comment that out for the sake of doing this, because now I'm a little confused why we're not using that. And I'm just going to try to stick to this tutorial. We're getting late into it, and I'm not really sure. Some of this stuff is kind of changing a lot, and they want us to kind of swap out the stuff that we're doing here. So if validated field isn't successful, we return a function earlier in the message with the Zod console log. Validate, submit an empty form to see the shape of it. Finally, since we're handling form validation separately outside of the try-catch block, you can specify a message to return to the database. Oh, god damn it. Okay. So it wasn't replacing it. It was just going before it. And all of that is running before we actually try anything. So I'm just gonna copy this whole thing, because I feel like I may have butchered that. If you're following along, I apologize. I thought I was doing the right thing, but apparently I wasn't. That's why it felt weird. If it felt weird, you should just know it's probably wrong. But now all of that looks right. So we have the validate fields, which creates a safe parse here. It gets the customer ID, all that stuff. If the fields are not successful, then we return an error and missing fields. And all of that stuff will run first, and then we prepare the data for the database here, running the same stuff that we had before. All right, that makes much more sense now. Jeez, what a mess. Great, now let's display the errors in your form content. Back in the create form component, you can access the error using form state. Add a ternary operator that checks for each specific error. For example, after the customer's field, you can add... I hear my kids. It's going to get loud in here. So we're going to copy that, and that's going to go into the customer ID field here. The create form. That one goes there. And then we're going to add this ternary that they have here. We're going to add this underneath the div to show our errors. So let's go. Where's that user icon circle? It's saying right here. I think that's where it told us to add it. I just want to double check. That looks right under that div. All right, so that looks like where it wants us to put it. So we should see some errors now if I try to submit stuff with nothing in there and try to select this without a customer. You see we have this error. Please select a customer. So there's the error that we were looking for there, which is nice. That's working. You can console log the state inside your component to check if everything is wired correctly. Check the console in DevTools as your form is now a client component. In the code above, you are adding the following ARIA labels. ARIA described by customer error. This establishes a relationship between the select element and the error message container. It indicates that the container with ID customer error describes the select element. Screen readers will read this description when the user interacts with the select box to notify them of errors. The customer error ID. This ID attribute uniquely identifies the HTML elements that hold the error message for the select input. This is necessary for the ARIA described by to establish the relationship. And then we have the ARIA live polite, which the screen reader should politely notify the user of the error is updated. And the content changes when the user corrects an error. The screen reader will announce these changes, but only when the user is idle, so not to interrupt them. Practice adding ARIA labels. Using the example above, add the errors that are remaining on the form fields so that you can now show an error message at the bottom of the form if any fields are missing. Your UI should look like this. So basically what we want to do is we're going to take that same ARIA described by customer error. We're going to take this and we're going to add here. Where were we going? So choose amount. So we got our input for our amount here. So here we're going to break that line there and add this. And then we're going to say this is customer, this is amount error. So this is the amount error here. We're going to add that amount error there. We're going to take the ternary that we got here. Where did I put it? I'm just going to copy that. Here it is. So state errors, customer ID. If not null, we're going to take that and we're going to put it right here. And this is going to be amount. We're going to change this to amount here. And then we're going to take this. Oh, wait, we got to make sure that the IDs match. You see, because I just did that, and then we're gonna make sure that that matches. And then we're gonna say take this, and then we're gonna put this on the status. So here we have the status, and then we have status error, and then we're gonna right under I'm gonna put the status error here also. Although this should I'm actually a little confused on where I should put that error. I feel like I should put it on the wrapper, but each one is an input because it's a radio. So where would I put that? I'm kind of stumped. All right, well, I'm not gonna get too stuck on it. The problem is that this is gonna share an ID when I put this here, oh, damn it, that's not the, when I put the actual error in there, because it's going to reference the same ARIA label, which that's going to throw an, I think it should throw an error because it shouldn't have the same name. But let's see. I'm just gonna give that a try. So let's go to our application, and then here's what it's supposed to look like. Let's see what it looks like here. Okay, so I have that definitely in the wrong spot, which is okay. That just needs to be moved out. So I just need to move that out. Just have it in the wrong div here. So let me just save that. Still in the wrong place. Jeez, okay. So we want it here. I'll just format all that and save that. Okay, so now that seems like it's in the right spot. Which one am I missing? Please select an invoice status. Missing fields, failed to create invoice. Okay, I'm missing that last one. Okay, so now let's run npm lint and see what it tells us when we lint this. So I'm getting no warnings. I don't know. The linter's not picking up stuff like it's supposed to, I don't think. So I ran the linter. I'm not getting any errors, but whatever. There's some extra bonus points here if you'd like to challenge yourself to take the knowledge that you've learned in this chapter and add form validations to the edit form TSX component. You can. What you'll need is to use the form state just like we did, and then edit the update invoice the way we did for the create invoice, and display the errors on the component just like we did in the HTML. And they have the solution here when you're ready to do it, and that's everything you need. But that's extra credit and bonus stuff that I don't think I'm going to do because I'm trying to get to the end of this tutorial and course, and I'm getting really close and really tired. And that wraps it up for chapter 14. Up next is chapter 15. All right, we are on chapter 15, adding authentication. In the previous chapter, you finished building the invoices routes by adding form validation and improving accessibility. In this chapter, we'll be adding authentication to our application. So what we'll cover is what is authentication, how to add authentication to our app using Next.js, how to use middleware to redirect users and protect your routes, and how to use React's use form status and use form state to handle pending states and form errors. So what is authentication? Authentication is a key part of many web applications today. It's how systems check if a user is who they say they are. A secure website often uses multiple ways to check a user's identity for enhanced security. For instance, after entering your username and password, a site may send a verification code to your device or use an external app like Google Authenticator. This is two-factor authentication, 2FA. It helps increase security. Even if someone learns your password, they can't access your account without your unique token. Authentication versus authorization. In web development, authentication and authorization serve different roles. Authentication is about making sure the user is who they say they are. You're providing your identity with something you have, like a username and password, and authorization is the next step. Once a user's identity is confirmed, authorization decides what part of the application they are allowed to use. So authentication checks who you are, and authorization determines what you can do or access in the application. So it's time for a quiz. Which part best describes the difference between authentication and authorization? So authentication determines what you can access. Authorization verifies your identity. Authentication and authorization are both decide what parts of the application a user can access. Authentication verifies your identity. Authorization determines what you can access. There is no difference. Both terms mean the same thing. That's not true. We just read it on the very last line. This is just too easy. All right, so now we're going to create a login route. By creating a new login route in your application called /login, and paste this following code. Okay, so this is going to be, we're going to do right in the app directory, we're going to do login and we're going to create a page. So here we go. Let's go back to VS Code. Let's close all this. I'm going to close all these. Start with a fresh little setup here. So a new folder here. We're going to create login, and then in that folder we're going to create page. This is starting to feel a little familiar now. I'm starting to get the hang of how Next.js is set up. That's nice. So in this login page, we're going to copy and we're going to paste what we just copied. That looks good. That's our login page. Back to the tutorial. So you'll notice that the page imports login form you'll be using with your component later in this chapter. Okay, so that's up here. And then Next.js. We will be using Next.js to add authentication to your application. Next.js abstracts away much of the complexity involved in managing sessions, sign in and sign out, and other aspects of authentication. While you can manually implement these features, the process can be time consuming and error prone. Next.auth simplifies the process, providing a unified solution for auth and in Next.js applications. Setting up Next.auth. So let's set up Next.auth.js in your project. Run the following command in your terminal. So let's copy that. Go back to VS Code. This is our open terminal. We'll paste that. npm install Next.auth at beta bcrypt. And now that's installed. Now what's the next step here? Here you're installing the beta version of Next.auth, which is compatible with Next.js 14. You're also installing bcrypt, which is a library that will help you hash passwords. Next, generate a secret key for your application. This key is used to encrypt cookies, ensuring the security of your user sessions. You can do this by running the following command in your terminal. All right, so we're going to take this and we're going to run that command in our terminal like that. And now we got a code here that I'll have to hide or delete or change so that nobody steals it and I end up, getting hacked or something stupid like that. Then in your env file, you'll notice two variables, auth secret and auth URL. Now in your auth secret, you add that code that you just generated, and in your auth URL, you will put this path in there. All right, so let's go into our env, down to our auth secret there, and then we already have our auth path there, so we'll save all that, and then we'll go back to the tutorial. For auth to work in production, you'll need to update your environment variables in your Vercel project too. Check this guide here on how to add environment variables on Vercel. Adding the pages option. Create an authconfig TS file at the root of your project that exports authconfig object. This object will contain the configuration objects for Next.auth.js. For now, it will only contain the pages option here. So we're going to copy that. We're going to create that authconfig.ts in our root. Make sure we don't already have it. Fig.ts there, and then we're going to paste that in there. And that looks good there. Let's go back to the course to see what it has to say there. You can use the pages option to specify the route for custom sign in, sign out, and error pages. It is not required, but if you don't provide it, Next.auth will use its default sign in, sign out, and error pages. By adding sign in /login into our pages option, the user will be redirected to our custom login page rather than the Next.auth default page. Protecting your routes with Next.js middleware. Next, add logic to protect your routes. This will prevent users from accessing the dashboard pages unless they are logged in. So here, under the pages. So we'll add callbacks and then authorize requests is logged in. And let's check the double bang auth user. Okay, so let's copy this. Not really sure what it's doing, but for the sake of the tutorial, I will copy that into here, and then so now I'm getting some errors. That's not good. Also looks like that's not closed off. So now that's closed off. Still not sure. I need to pass those. It's a TypeScript error that it's giving me here. Let's see. I think I screwed something up there. No, okay, so that looks good. I don't know the type errors that it's giving me. Hopefully that'll fix it. The authorized callback is used to verify the request that is authorized to access the page via Next.js middleware. It's called before the request is completed, and it receives an object with the auth and request properties. The auth property contains the user session, and the request property contains the incoming request. Next, you will need to import the auth config object into the middleware file and the root of your project to create a file called middleware.ts and paste the following code. So I'm going to create middleware.ts and I'm going to paste this in there. So in our root here, file .ts, create that there. And then paste that there, save that. Still, I'm guessing because we don't have the types here. I think that's what it's complaining about. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. I don't feel like dealing with that right now. I just want to get through this tutorial because it's been a long day. It's been a long day. All right, so here we're initializing auth, next auth with the auth config object and exporting the auth property. You're also using the matcher option from middleware to specify that it should run on specific paths. The advantage of employing middleware for this task is that the protected routes will not even start rendering until the middleware verifies authentication, enhancing both security and performance of your application. Password hashing. To store passwords securely, you need to hash them. This process converts the password into a fixed length string of characters which appears random, providing a layer of security even if the hash is exposed. In your C.js file, we've used bencrypt to hash the password before storing it in the database. You can use the bencrypt to compare that the password entered by the user matches the one in the database. However, bcrypt relies on Node.js APIs not available in Next.js middleware. To solve this, you will need to create a separate file that imports bcrypt, and the new file will not be imported into your middleware file. Create a new file, auth.ts, and that spreads your auth config option. All right, so auth.ts in our root. And then we're gonna spread out our auth there. All kinds of TypeScript errors I'm starting to see here. So hopefully it'll just not give me a hard time. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with that right now. Adding credentials provider. Next, you will need to add the providers option for Next.auth.js. Providers is an array where you list different login options such as Google or GitHub. For this course, we'll focus on using the credentials provider only. The credentials provider allows users to log in with a username and password. Okay, so we'll add that real quick right here. And then we gotta take this credentials provider that we're copying from Next.auth here and add that here. There we go, and that fixed the error that I had there. Awesome, that's great. I love it when the errors fix themselves. All right, so good to know. Although we're using the credentials provider, it is generally recommended to use alternative providers such as OAuth or email providers. See Next.auth docs for a full list of options. Adding a sign-in functionality. You can use the authorize function to handle the authentication logic. Similarly to server actions, you can use Zod to validate the email and password before checking if the user exists in the database. So here in that same auth TS, we're gonna import Zod and then add that to the credentials to do a little bit of validation to make sure that they enter some valid stuff. So I'm just gonna copy this and replace our credentials with that. Oh, crap. There's that. Format that so it looks a little bit cleaner. I got an error there, but hopefully it'll resolve itself here in a second. After validating the credentials, create a new get user function that queries the user from the database. So now we're gonna import bcrypt and we're gonna import this definition user from our lib. So let's go do that. Same that, and then let's go see what else we gotta do here. So then we're gonna take, all right, so I'm probably gonna end up copying all this so that I don't have to figure out where to put everything, because it looks like we're updating some of our parameters and we're putting in a try catch, and I kind of want to look at the code real quick to see what I'm doing here. So then we add this async function get user that takes in an email, returns a promise, undefined. So then we have the try, which is it selects the user from where email matches email, and then it returns the user rows. If not, it throws an error, and then so that's happening first, and then we check if parse credential success. Then we do that in the credentials for the provider. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this whole thing because honestly, there's a lot going on there and I don't feel like dealing with placing that in all the right spots. So I'm gonna just highlight all that and save it. Nice and easy. Let's see, then we call bcrypt compare to check if the passwords match. So here in that last part of the success, so await bcrypt compare, so we do that. If the password match, return user. If not, invalid credentials. And then let's go ahead and place that where it needs to go. So it looks like I need to put it right there. So if not user, return null, and then we add that and then return null. So just trying to see where I need to put it. Not user null, so then we add that and return null, I think right here. It's good, that looks right. Format all that. I'm getting an error, but we have user password. That's possibly undefined. All right, so let's go back to our tutorial. So finally, if the user passwords match, we want to return the user, otherwise return null to prevent the user from logging in. Updating the login form. Now you need to connect the auth logic in your login form in your actions TS file to create a new action called Authenticate. This action should import the sign-in function from auth TS. So in actions, we're going to paste this asynchronous function like so. So let's go back to that old actions file that we got going on here. We got a lot of stuff in that actions. And then we're going to paste that actions there. And then that sign in, I need to import that from, where was that coming from? The sign in comes from auth. Copy that. We'll go back here. All right, so that looks good. Save that. I don't think I have any errors down there. So that, I still got that. So this, I can delete this to fix that. No, now all kinds of errors are happening. We love when that happens on a tutorial where you're not really sure what the hell's going on. All right, well, you know what? The error might have been coming from the page that I'm on because I don't think I'm supposed to be on that page. So let me go here now. Ah, crap. All right, so what's the error that we have here? So it says property of undefined read map middleware TS auth config. Let's see what's going on in middleware. So I'm getting an error, but I'm gonna finish adding the rest of this stuff because it might be connected, and I don't want to jump the gun and try to debug something that might just be resolved by doing the next step in this course. So let's see. If there's a credentials sign in error, you want to return it so that you can show the appropriate error message. So that's probably my error. See, I get ahead of myself too much. Finally, in your login form, TSX component, React use state. So in our login form here, we got to add the use client. You know, this is the full form. I'm gonna copy and paste this. They're importing a bunch of stuff. They're importing the actions authenticate. They're adding some use form state. They're adding an action to the form, and then we've got some credentials sign in, block of code here that will show if this is true, and then we got a login button here. So I'm gonna copy this whole part, and I'm gonna go back to my login form page here. Where the hell is it? I think it's this one. Yep, so that's our login page. I'm gonna make that error smaller, highlight all that, and then replace all of that with that. Now this is throwing an error. I love when I get all these new errors. Like, how is it that I am using the latest version of Next.js for this latest tutorial and I'm getting errors in the tutorial? Like, it's so annoying to get errors in a tutorial, and it's even more annoying to get errors in a tutorial when it's official documentation and an official tutorial from the people that create this project. It's not like some dude on YouTube who messed up. It's like, man, you guys messed up and screwed this all up, and you guys are like the people that created this. So it's annoying. Looks like I'm in a loop here on this error down there. So we're just gonna keep doing the tutorial, and hopefully this just resolves itself. I'm like super tired. It's like late. I've done so many of these. It's almost 5 o'clock, and I'm kind of over it, if I'm being honest. All right, so I copied all that, I put that in there, and now we're gonna add the logout functionality. The logout functionality is gonna go on the side nav, and in the logout side nav, we're going to, so in the logout, we're going to do sign out from auth. We're going to go into the side nav, and then we're going to import this sign out there. And then we're going to add this form element right under the nav links. I think it wants it right there. Not sure. Why is it giving me a hard time there? Did I add it in the wrong spot? Hold on. So under nav links, above the button, there's already a form there. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why there's already a form there, and this is within a form. It's like a form. There's already a form here. There's a form there, and they obviously have like some ellipses here to say that there was code there. It's kind of annoying that they don't just show the whole block, but whatever. We'll figure it out. So under nav links, under the div under nav links, is where I'm gonna add this. So it goes there, and I mean, it needs to close the form. That's what it wants me to do. So I'm going to add that. I'm still getting an error, which is pretty frustrating. Now it's saying to try it out now. You should be able to log in with this credentials. I don't think my app's even working. So this is hosed. So I went to the gym. I came home, took a shower, ate some food, and started trying to figure out what I did wrong here. And I just copied the wrong stuff. I wasn't paying attention. There was nothing wrong with the chapter 14. Everything was correct. I just screwed up and didn't copy the auth config correctly, and I missed the providers. So I had to kind of go down a rabbit hole to figure out what it was that I was missing. Excuse me. And then finally figure that out. So everything worked, and I'm pretty sure that I was towards the end of this, but I will say that if you follow along with this chapter and copy everything correctly, you shouldn't have an issue like I did. But right now I am going to actually try this out with this username and password and see if it lets me in. So we're going to log in, moment of truth here. Oh, shit. So on the login page, we have, what's this? Module not found. So let's go look for that now. Just when I thought I was done dealing with this. I'm just glad it's a different error, so that's progress. So let's go look for that button. Where is that? Module not found, can't resolve button, and that's in login page.tsx. We'll go there. Well, where is that button? That's supposed to be here. Seems like that button is part of the UI. So where's this login page? Login up page. So it looks like that path is screwed up. So let's see if we can fix that. And then it was in UI. I think it's probably this same button, right? Okay, and let's see if that fixes that. So that was copied right from the tutorial, so that might actually be something that was wrong there, but let's go back and make sure that that fixed it, that I import the right button this time. Oh yeah, there you go. So that's a really long button, but it seems like it's working now. There's the username and the password was 123456. Don't save that. Let's see if it logs me in. Hey, look at that. All right, it worked. No issues there. I'm really glad to be done with that chapter. That chapter was quite the doozy. But there you can see that I logged in. I'm authenticated. This is behind the authentication. So it worked. And then if I sign out, that should kick me back to the login page, which it didn't. That's weird. I shouldn't be able to get to the dashboard without being signed in. Maybe the sign out button's not hooked up, which it should be from the tutorial. So let me make sure that I hook that up. So here we have sign out from auth, and then we have use server or server action inside that form that's underneath the class or the nav links. Let's make sure we have that on the side nav component. Side nav component, I have that here. And that was the button that I clicked, right? So wait a minute. Hold on. That's why I have that incorrectly wrapped. So this form, I think I did some copy pasta there. I shouldn't have done. Let me double check that. What's this look like? Yeah, so that's, I screwed that up. All right, so let me make sure I put the form on the right spot here. So let me just delete that and then delete this opening tag there, and now replace that form there. And now that should work. Let's load that, go back, and then sign out. And that should, now it should kick me back. There we go. Awesome, awesome. So if I go here, I should go into this page, and then this should work here. And oh damn it! Now I forgot the password they gave me. What was it? The username. There's the username. Let's try it one more time just to make sure everything works. And then it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Log in. Don't save. Sweet, it works. Awesome. All right, that wraps up that chapter. I am so happy to be done with that chapter. All right, so we just finished chapter 15. We are on to chapter 16, the final chapter of the tutorial, of the course for Next.js 14. I'm really excited to be here. That last chapter had me stuck because I made a mistake of copying and pasting the wrong stuff and not paying attention to what I was doing. It's too busy trying to make the video and follow along and all that. So just pay attention and you'll be fine. Don't be like me. All right, so the last chapter, chapter 16, is adding metadata. So metadata is crucial for SEO and shareability. In this chapter, we'll discuss how you can add metadata to your Next.js application. So in this chapter, we are going to cover topics like what is metadata, types of metadata, how to add an open graph image using metadata, and how to add a favicon using metadata. So what is metadata? In web development, metadata provides additional details about a web page. Metadata is not visible to the users visiting the page. Instead, it works behind the scenes, embedded within a page's HTML, usually within the head element. This hidden information is crucial for search engines and other systems that need to understand your web page's content better. Why is metadata important? Metadata plays a significant role in enhancing a web page's SEO, making it more accessible and understandable for search engines and social media platforms. Proper metadata helps search engines efficiently index web pages, improving their ranking in search results. Additionally, metadata like Open Graph improves the appearance of shared links on social media, making the content more appealing and informative for users. So what are some types of metadata? There are various types of metadata, each serving a unique purpose. Some common types include title metadata, responsible for the title of a web page that is displayed on the browser tab. It's crucial for SEO as it helps search engines understand what the web page is about. So here's your title tag that usually goes in your head. Description metadata. This metadata provides a brief overview of the web page content and is often displayed in search engine results. So here's a meta tag with the name description, and the content is a brief description of the page content. Keyword metadata. This metadata includes keywords related to the web page content, helping search engines index the page. So metadata or meta tag with the name keywords, and here's some keywords in the content. And then we have some Open Graph metadata. This metadata enhances the way a web page is represented when shared on social media platforms, providing information such as the title, description, and preview image. So here is meta property OG title, content title here, meta property OG description. Then you have your content and the description there. And then finally, you have the meta property OG, which is the Open Graph, and image content, image URL here. Okay, and then you have your favicon metadata. This metadata links the favicon, a small icon on the web page, and that is displayed in the browser's address bar or tab, which is the little, little Next.js icon that you see here. That's your favicon, and your GitHub and your ChatGPT favicon there. So, and that's put in with the link tag, and then you with the rel attribute icon and the href to the path to that. All right, adding metadata. Next.js has a metadata API that can be used to define your application metadata. There are two ways that you can add metadata to your application. Config based, which is export a static metadata object or a dynamic generate metadata function in the layout.js or page.js file. And then you have a file-based approach, which Next.js has a range of special files that are specifically recognized for metadata purposes. You have your fabicon.ico, your Apple icon JPEG, your and icon JPEG utilized for favicons, your open graph image and your Twitter image employed for social media images, your robot text, which provides instructions for search engine crawling, and your sitemap XML, which offers information about your website structure. You have the flexibility to use these files or static metadata, and you can generate them programmatically within your project. With both of these options, Next.js will automatically generate the relevant head element for your page. Your pages. Favicon and open graph image. Let's see. In your public folder, you'll notice that you have two images, a favicon ICO and an open graph image JPEG. Move these images to the root folder of your app. After doing that, Next.js will automatically identify these files in your favicon and OG image, and you can verify by checking the head element in your application dev tools. Good to know is that you can also create dynamic OG images, such as using the responsive image constructor. All right, so we're going to go to our public folder, and we're going to move those two images into our app folder. So let's do that real quick. Let me close all these. Let me close all these too. I'm done with all this stuff. And you can see that I was in the weeds there with all these all these files that were open. All right. So where is my public? There's my public, and then we have our favicon, and then our open graph image here, and they want us to move that into our app folder. So we'll just move that right there. Move that. All right, so now in our app folder, we have those two images there. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, so now let's go back and see what the next step is. All right, for page title and description, first, did it say, now we can check to see. Let's go check, let's check. All right, so now let's check. We should be able to see that in our head tag. Let's just open up our head here and see if we can find it. There's the OG image. And then there's an OG image. It's in here somewhere. So there's that open graph image PNG, which is saying that the path is in the root there. And here's the favicon. Okay, I'm seeing them, but I'm not totally sure if this is working, but that's there. So then now we're going to go to the page and title descriptions. You can also include metadata object for any layout.js or page.js file to add additional page information like title description. Any metadata in layout.js will be inherited by all pages that it uses. Your root layout, in your root layout, create a new metadata object with the following fields. So in our root, our app root layout, we have an import metadata here, and then we have a metadata object and type metadata with a title description and metadata base, which is a URL here. So we're just going to copy this chunk right here, and we're going to go and open the layout in app. So that's this, and then right here at the top, we are just going to paste that metadata right there. All right, and then let's go back to the tutorial. So Next.js will automatically add the title and metadata to your application. You can see now, if you look up here, it changed to Acme Dashboard. Before it was just localhost, which that's cool that's working. So that's nice. Let's go back here. And then let's see, but what if you want to add custom title for a specific page? You can do this by adding metadata object to the page itself. Metadata is nested pages will override the metadata parent. So for example, if you go to the invoices, you can add this. All right, so let's go to the invoices page and add that and see what it changes the title for when we're in invoices. So where am I here? App dashboard. Invoices, and then invoices page here. At the top here, we'll just go ahead and add our metadata, save that. So it should say invoices Acme dashboard. Now we'll go back to our application here. I gotta authenticate, and I forgot the username that they gave me, so I'm gonna have to go back to this chapter, and so it's user@nextmail.com. I'll just remember that for the next time. So user@nextmail, and it's 1 2 3 4 5 6. Log in. Don't save that. Now our invoices should say invoices Acme dashboard. Perfect. So now I logged in, and as you can see, we got our invoices Acme dashboard up here, which shows that the metadata is working there. So let's go back to chapter 16, go back to where we were at here. And now, let's see. Now, this is okay, but it's not very dry. Dry is don't repeat yourself, all right? Which is something that you should do to keep your code clean. You're repeating the title of the application in every page, and that's if something had changed, like the company name, you'd have to update every page. Instead, you can use title templates. You can use title templates in the metadata field object to define a template for your page titles. This template can include the page title and any other information you want it to include. So in your root layout, update the metadata object to include a template. So here is that title template. So let's copy this, go to our root layout. The root layout, and let's swap this out. Don't need to import that twice. All right, so now we have that's using this template. All right, so that looks good. Now what's the next step? This is the %s is the template that will be replacing the specific page. Now in your dashboard invoices page, you can add the page title. Cool. So then now we just add this to the invoice page instead of having that other stuff repeat itself. And then there you go. Awesome. Now we should still have that still working how it was. Yep, there you go. It's still working how it was there. And then let's see. So now practice adding metadata. Now that you've learned about metadata, practice adding the titles to your other pages, in your login page, your dashboard page, your customer page, and your dashboard invoice create page, and all that stuff. I'll be honest, for the sake of this tutorial, and considering that I'm kind of like done and tired of doing this, I'm not going to go in and add the metadata object. That feels very simple and mundane and kind of something I don't feel like doing for the sake of learning, because I feel like I already learned how to do that once and I don't need to practice that because that wasn't anything that was very complex. So I think I'm just going to wrap this up. The Next.js metadata API is powerful and flexible, gives you control over your application's metadata. Here we've shown you how to add some basic metadata, but you can add multiple fields, including keywords, robots, canonical, I always have a hard time with that word, and more. Feel free to explore the documentation to add additional metadata. Oh, look at that. We are finishing the course, baby. All right, so that was chapter 16. We are done. The next steps, it's congratulating me because I did such a good job. You've completed the Next.js dashboard course where you learned about the main features of Next.js and best practices for building web applications. But this is just the beginning. Next.js has many other features. It's designed to help you build small side projects, your next startup idea, or even large-scale applications with your team. Here are some resources to continue exploring Next.js. We got some documentation, templates, the Next.js repo, and Vercel YouTube. And then now it says to share your Next.js app. We encourage you to share the tool you built on X. If you do, please mention our team Next.js so that you can take a look. We'd love to get your feedback on the course as well. If you enjoyed this course, continue learning by building. Yay, we completed the course. I'm so happy. All right, we're done. All right, tell me what you thought of this video. I feel like this is kind of like the gaming channels that do the Let's Play. This is kind of like the Let's Learn. And I kind of enjoyed this. I definitely want to mess around with more Next.js. It's cool doing the course and recording it and sharing it and getting stuck and having some troubles with it and working through that. And if you enjoyed this, you want to see more videos like this, give me some ideas of some courses you want me to do and some tutorials you want me to walk through, because I genuinely had fun. I've been wanting to learn Next.js for a while, and now I feel like I know enough to go out and start building some stuff with it. And if I get stuck in any of these particular areas, I'll come back and reference the course and the documentation. And yeah, that's it. All right. With all that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.